Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this meeting of the City of York Council Planning Committee on Thursday, the 2nd of February, 2023. Welcome to members. I do have some apologies. Councillor Eyre, thank you to Councillor Daubney for substituting. Councillor de Gorn, and thanks to Councillor Craghill, and Councillor Melly has apologised. Thanks to Councillor Lomas for subbing for her. So welcome to all of you. The number of officers of the City of York Council who are involved one way or another. Could I just remind them when you do speak, if you're invited at any point during the meeting, particularly on that first occasion, just introduce yourself and your job title. That would be really helpful and appreciated. We're not expecting any emergencies or evacuations, so in that highly unlikely event, we would need to be out of this room. We would use the stairs behind me here through either of these doors, and then out of the main entrance and gather in front of the Grand Hotel. But for all our sakes, I hope we're not doing that this evening. The toilets are clearly marked in the same corner here. Please don't disappear through that door because you'll probably never find your way out again. We have the agenda before us, and we begin with declarations of interest. Do any members have any declarations? I do have a declaration of interest with regard to the item 4D, and I will absent myself from that. That item will be chaired by Councillor Pavlovic as Vice Chair, and when that time comes, there will then be need to elect someone, a member of the committee, as Vice Chair for that item. There are no registrations for public participation at this point with regard to the general remit of the committee, so we move on. But I do just want to make a point of explaining that this meeting is being webcast. It's helpful in terms of not only recording this meeting, it will remain on the council website for a considerable period of time, and anybody can access that subsequently. But of course, we welcome those who are joining us live as we continue with this meeting this afternoon. The cameras will pick up those who are speaking to the committee and of course members of the committee, but generally are designed not to pick up members of the public who are seated behind those cameras. We have minutes in our paperwork here of the previous meeting of this committee on the 1st of December last, and I seek your approval of those minutes. Okay, no objections, thank you. We'll sign those later. And so we come to the plans list, and the first of those 4A, Bootham Park Hospital, pages 11 to 90, although it is very closely connected with item 4B, and it really does make sense to, I think, introduce both of these in terms of any updates, additional information, and introducing this application. I think, Jonathan, you're going to do that for us. So introduce yourself first.
Thank you, Chair. Jonathan Kenyon, I'm Principal Development Management Officer and the Case Officer for the 2 applications at Bootham Park Hospital. I'll just go through a quick committee update first and then go through the slides showing the scheme. The committee update relates to amendments and additional conditions for the full planning application. So we circulated those to members. There are 2 proposed new conditions. One of them is about the new cycle link that will run through the site, and a requirement that this is to be to an adoptable standard in terms of its construction and foundation, and that it would be subject to a road safety audit to inform its final design. The second additional condition relates to the eastern access to the site and a requirement that the footpath within the site connects to the Union Terrace footpath outside the site. There's just a small gap at the moment between the 2, so the condition requires that they're linked up, so there's a continuous footpath leading to the site entrance. So we've set out the full wording of those conditions for members, and then there's proposals to vary some conditions, a variation to condition number 18, which relates to cycle parking, to include a requirement that the provision is subject to council approval, and that the spaces for staff cycle parking are covered. And condition 20, which relates to the travel plan, we're proposing to insert an additional measure in there that requires the applicant in future to be proactive in seeking to accommodate space for the car share, car club, car parking spaces on site. We have received further comments on the application earlier on in this week from the York Cycle campaign. They support the scheme in principle and specifically the new cycle routes, but they have made some observations in respect of the cycle routes. We've summarised those for members, and we've got an officer's response that goes against those. And the comments made, they relate to having a distinguishable difference between the proposed new footpath and the proposed cycle routes. And they've made comments on the width of the cycle route and a preference that it's 3 meters wide. It's proposed to be 2 meters, which officers regard to be sufficient based on national guidance. They've also reiterated that the details of the cycle parking stands are required and that staff facilities should be covered. And we've just mentioned how we would amend condition 18 to accommodate that. So presentation. Do you want to? I can't. Oh, I can do it. So the presentation, it relates to the full application and the listed building consent application. The full is change of use, demolition and erection of new buildings to create a care home with 172 units. And then it goes on to explain the other facilities that are part of the application: communal areas, public open space, sports pitches, public rights of way and associated infrastructure. The listed building application relates to the proposed demolition, the internal and external alterations and the new buildings in association with the change of use. These are some site photos. This is on the west side of the site, so it's looking from the west boundary towards the two pauper wings, so you can see the architectural design of the pauper wings on each side and the single story later link building that runs between the two buildings. These shots are from the south side of the site, so you've got perspectives of the main John Carr building that's grade 1. These are intended to give you an impression of how you see the John Carr building in context overlooking the grounds, and how you, well, that it shows essentially that we don't see the buildings to the west side of the John Carr building that are proposed for demolition. These are some pictures of the estate cottages that are proposed for demolition. They date from the late 1800s, and this gives you an idea of their context and detailing. This is the overall site plan. So on the south side of the site is Bootham and the Bootham access. There's the lodge building here that's grade 2 listed, that's proposed for restoration. This is the estate cottages here, where we've got a proposed new build that's 3-storey. There's St. Peter's school buildings here that are of a similar scale. In terms of the grounds, the proposals involve new sports pitches that would have public access, a route for public recreation, again, that would be open to the public. On this side of the site are retained trees. Here is roughly where the new cycle route is proposed to run, and it's segregated from the access into the site where the car parking is. The primary entrance to the site would be from Union Terrace over here, and the primary entrance into the proposed new care community in the building is on this eastern side. So there's conversion of part of the building here that would create a cafe, and there'd be a new arrival space in that area. That's an area where we've amended the plans to retain category A trees. For the rest of the new build around the site, so this is the main John Carr building. The rest of the grade 1 is here and here, which is the ladies wing. The lighter grey is the new build. So on that eastern side, you've got replacement buildings that are 3-storey to replace the pauper wings that would be demolished. and there's a new 2-storey extension on the north side here. This is a chapel and its grounds that are grade 2. You've got the Arclight here and Union Terrace car park here. And this is a proposed new build around the back of the chapel. It's a mix of 2 and 3 storey. There are some very small areas that are single storey. And that footprint has been informed, so we retain views of the chapel from the front of the John Carr building and as you pass through the site. That's a bit of a zoomed in image of the elements that I've just ran you through, so I'll just give you a second to digest that, but I won't repeat myself. Just it shows the that was the one. This is superintendent's building that's grade 2, and that's retained within the scheme. Again, that shows where the main entrance is here, and you can see some of how the car parking is reconfigured. There's a small area of extra car parking proposed here, but there's some car parking spaces taken out of this area to account for that. That's a sports pitch. And so this is the existing ground floor plan. We can come back to these if they're relevant. That won't go through in its entirety. Existing first floor plan. This is a demolition that's shown. So it's a bit faint, but it shows where some of the small areas are where there's some intervention in the existing building to make rooms an adequate size. It shows this is an unlisted section that's proposed for demolition. These are the pauper wings proposed for demolition. And again, some unlisted sections on the north side and northeast side here. Again, that's unlisted and shown as demolition. That's demolition of the upper floor, similar roof. These plans show in more detail the interventions and alterations within the John Carr building. One of the key things that we've done is retain the openness in the corridors. These were regarded as fundamental by Historic England and our conservation area officer, so that the new accommodation, whether it's communal areas or units, is contained within the cells that are accessed off the corridor. That's the upper floor plan. Second floor. This is the ladies' wing, which is on the northern side, which is also grade 1. And this, again, it shows the extent of the interventions and how we've tried to keep the corridors open where possible. But in the ladies' wing on the first floor, there are occasions on these 2 sides where there are interventions into those corridors to get accommodation to help with the numbers. These are the floor plans shown in greater extent. So behind the John Carr building, this shows the grade 2 listed corridor that links to the pauper wings currently. That's the single story building that we saw on site, and the dining room that's converted as part of the scheme. The link is earlier than the pauper wings, so it provided access from the main building to ancillary rooms previously, prior to introduction of the pauper wings. This gives you an idea of the architecture for the new building throughout the site. So this is that's the John Carr building there, and this shows you the proposed elevation that would replace the pauper wings. And it's important to note that in terms of the proximity and alignments, that the separation distances between the 2 buildings are essentially the same, and this comes no further forward than the buildings that are there existing and to be replaced. The flat roofs accommodates air source heat pumps and PV panels that are necessary for the carbon emissions and the energy efficiency of the site overall. These show you the floor plates of the proposed wings, so you can see the extent of the new accommodation that's provided by virtue of the new extensions, which is very important. And as we've noted in the response, part of the issues with the pauper wings is simply the very limited amount of accommodation and inefficient accommodation that would only be possible to be accommodated within those wings, and the new build allows for far more development in the least sensitive parts of the site. This gives you an idea of the new main entrance on the east side and the cafe. The cafe is it would be an updating and upgrading of a single story part of the site there that was added in the mid to late 20th century. These are the elevations around the chapel. It's a bit faint, but it gives you an idea of the outline of the heights. So it's three stories sort of to the rear in these corners. So where it's further away from the chapel, and then it steps down to 2-story. So that top one is the view. If you were looking towards the chapel, that's the elevation that would sit behind the chapel, and these are the side elevations. Further elevations, and they're the ones that are sort of looking inward facing, looking towards the chapel. It gives you an idea. That's the footprint of the development around the chapel. First floor, top floor. This is the building that's proposed to replace the estate cottages. So that's the elevation that would face onto the landscape gardens, rear elevation facing St. Peter's, and then the 2 end elevations. And there aren't any trees proposed to be removed to accommodate that, so it'd be largely screened by the existing tree cover. And that's the floor plates of the proposed replacement. These plans show the significance of the existing parts of the building. So the purple is highest significance, so that's the John Carr, and then it goes to red, which is the sort of rest of the grade 2 and some of the new facilities that were 1860s, and then you have medium, that's the grade 2 as well. So the link corridors that link into the pauper wings, and then the ones that are of lesser value. So elements that are neutral, that are a later addition or low. So they're typically the unlisted areas, and then detrimental, which are more modern. So you've got the link between the pauper wings that will be demolished, this section here that would be demolished, and the area that's proposed to be refurbished to accommodate the cafe. That's a similar type of plan, but it relates to the open space, the internal spaces, sorry, and the hierarchy of importance that's related to them. And that's same on the upper floors. These drawings show you the different listing descriptions, because it's quite complicated in that. So this is the part of the site that's grade 2. So that's the pauper wings and the corridors that connect it, the dining room and the other corridor. This is the grade 1, and that's grade 2 superintendent's house. These are some montages that show the proposed replacement of the pauper wings in the parkland setting. And that's an image showing the proposed new build around the chapel. I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have a number of registered speakers. Each will have 3 minutes to address the committee, but there may be questions from the committee when they finish speaking. So if you are speaking, just wait for a moment, but I'll try to give you an idea when we're towards the end of that 3 minutes. The first public speaker is Brandon Gebka. If you could press the button that looks like a Wi-Fi signal. It should light up green, and then you're good to go.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So as members of the planning committee, you'll be aware that given this proposal seeks to demolish a grade 2 listed building, the council should refuse consent unless it can be demonstrated that the substantial harm or total loss is necessary to achieve substantial public benefit. Surprisingly left out of the council report on this proposal is a recommendation from Historic England, which states the cumulative impact of these changes is considerable. We're not convinced that the documentation provides the justification required for the scale of intervention proposed and the level of harm that will result, or that a less intensive scheme is not viable. Given that the report references Historic England's involvement in this proposal, you would think that this might be important information that should be included in your packet. I brought it with in case you would like to take a look. Now, if you look at the overall planning balance, as has been set out in the council report, you can easily see why Historic England were not convinced with this proposal. The public benefits identified are seriously lacking. Public access is listed twice as a public benefit from this proposal, including pedestrian and cycle access. However, pedestrian and cycle access are already permitted on this site. It's also identified that the maintenance of this site would be a benefit of this proposal. However, this is something that you would expect that the owners of the site would have in their own interest and responsibility to be doing. Housing delivery is identified as a benefit, but private housing, regardless of type, is not a benefit of great enough significance to allow for the demolition of grade 2 listed buildings. And I would hope that this council would not want to set the precedent that grade 2 listed buildings can be demolished for housing. And finally, it identified the use of the site itself as a benefit. Although this is the only benefit that I feel is of substance here, given that half of the site and so many listed buildings would be demolished, and those other remaining buildings on the curtilage, including the estate cottages, would be lost, or the historic setting would be completely destroyed for a large portion of this setting. That does not seem to be in any way a public benefit that would be outweighed by the proposals and the benefits that are engaged here. York today is a wonderful city full of historic buildings. It's home to countless developments that have been making great improvements in the city. It's also home to several mistakes that leave a scar. I'd hope that the council won't make this another one.
30 seconds.
Since I do have 30 seconds, I'll just try to throw in something else here. In particular, my main concern here, I mean, obviously the listed buildings being lost is serious, but the estate cottages themselves, the presentation that was just shown tried to take every angle it could to not include them. Anyone that sees this building sees it from Bootham, unless you're going on the site itself. And those estate cottages are right there. The impact assessment, the heritage impact assessment, identified one of the benefits of getting rid of the cottages as screening the buildings behind from the school because they're too large and out of shape. These new buildings that would be proposed basically will be that same size. I went to the site today to take a look.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't rush off. There may be a question. Just bear with us for a moment. I'm just giving members the opportunity. I don't see any questions. Councillor Kilbane.
No, thanks, Chair. I just want to clarify a point you made. Are you saying that Historic England have objected to this application?
No, they didn't object. They put forward a strong concern, I believe was the wording. I don't want to speak for them, but I did read their documentation. And like I said, if you would like to read their latest correspondence, which came in October of 2022, I have printed it out here and you're welcome to take a look.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next registered speaker, Anne Wigginton. Again, if you'll just make sure that the green light is on there. And when you're ready, up to 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Right. I speak to you today representing the many citizens of York who care about York's history and heritage, and who on this occasion have voiced their concerns about plans submitted by ERL regarding Bootham Park Hospital. We know that the report following the CQC visit to the hospital in 2015, Bootham Park made local and national news. The hospital is to close after inspectors were hit by a collapsing ceiling, and patients must be, and indeed were, evacuated within 5 days. This was an absolute disgrace and caused great distress. Clearly, if against advice you walk under an area where a ceiling is being repaired, plaster dust is likely to fall. I bring this to your attention because this was the convenient catalyst to the whole saga of NHS Property Services' long-held plan to divest itself of Bootham Park. Clearly, the building cannot be left to deteriorate, and decisions must be made regarding its future. We are realistic people and appreciate the difficulties, but such radical plans mean the loss of one of York's great buildings. As councillors, you are in the front line of safeguarding our heritage. The plan to demolish Grade 2 listed parts of the building is totally unacceptable. These areas reflect the architecture of the time and have many beautiful and unique features. The use of the term pauper wings may be historically correct, but has not been used for decades and does not reflect the reality of what lies within. Furthermore, the alterations to the Grade 1 part of Bootham, designed by the notable architect John Carr, would in part change forever the interiors of this important and beautiful part of the former hospital. It is also of concern that in the process of the proposed demolition, the Grade 1 areas could suffer irretrievable damage. The plan to replace the historically important wings of the former hospital and cottages which skirt the drive and substitute with modern buildings of 3 stories is out of keeping and lacking in sensitivity.
30 seconds.
Great play has been made of VRL's submission to allow public access to the parkland. The public has always had this access. I trust that you have had the opportunity to read our detailed written submission, which there is not time to repeat here. Let us not be the city that knows the cost of everything and the value of nothing. Today you are charged with a momentous decision. Clearly the forces of mammon are raised against us, but please stand up for York's heritage. Let's look at less drastic options that do not require wholesale demolition and irretrievable loss.
Thank you.
As is said, once it's gone, it's gone.
Thank you. Again, if members have questions. No, thank you very much. Thank you. We do appreciate your comments. And Sylvia Graves. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sylvia Graves and I'm a former ward manager of Ward 2 at Bootham Park. And I'd like to show you a few photographs of the interior of Bootham Park because it's all very well looking at the outside, but you don't see the destruction of what may happen inside. The photographs were taken in 2015 prior to the hospital closing. I'll go through them in a minute. Bootham Park is still standing after 245 years, having survived 2 world wars and many NHS changes. Will new buildings last 245 years and have the historic value, cultural significance, architectural importance? There needs to be a way of preserving our past, but embrace new change. So for anyone who hasn't been in the building, that's as you walk in, as indeed that one, that one, that one. This one is the boardroom with the subscription boards in, and as you can see, they're not in very good condition and they need restoring desperately, but they're all the people who gave money to Bootham Park so it could be built. That's one of the ceilings. And again, as I say, these may be kept, I don't know, because there isn't any detail about it. Again, probably upside down. Stained glass again, there's a lot of stained glass, a lot of woodwork around the building. Stained glass again, and I don't know what will happen to this, whether it'll be repurposed or go to a salvage yard. Tiles, more stained glass. This is Ward 1 with a lovely ceiling, and there's a photograph there from 1910 with the same ceiling, so it obviously was built to last. More stained glass on Ward 1, and again Ward 1. More stained glass. This one's difficult to see, but there's birds in each windows. Beautiful are those. There's one of them. More stained glass upstairs on Ward 2.
30
and
seconds.
Again, yeah, then finish. Woodwork again. This one, more stained glass. And again. We know that's going to be reused, and that's what it looked like in 1910. So it hasn't changed that much. And this is the bowling alley. That was the staff dining room for a while.
Yeah.
And that is it in 1910, so that hasn't changed much either.
Thank you.
No mention of cellars. They must have some importance to play.
Thank you
but
very
there we
much. Thank you.
So I thank you.
Don't rush off. Don't rush off. By all means, if you want to make those photographs available, I suggest you just divide that pile in half and just pass them each side of the table. Members may be interested if it's okay with you to look at those. That's fine if you want to do that. I'll explain briefly that members did have the opportunity of a virtual site visit earlier this week. It's not quite the same thing. Many of us are familiar with the building as well. As you say, it's been there for a long time. It is a beautiful building, but thank you so much for your contribution there. Where did these photographs come from?
Someone took them just after Christmas, the year it closed. I went round with him, so I went round with him, so it's
Thank you.
Dr. Bob Adams there.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions from members? Councillor Lomas.
Thank you for coming to talk to us. I just had a question about the significance of the history in York of mental health treatment, because I'm very aware that Bootham Park was a very important place in terms of development of mental health treatment. Do you have any views about that?
I do. Originally, when plans, not ERL's plans, the ones before, we suggested there should be a little museum inside the building, probably in the boardroom where the boards are, and display photos. Yeah, I think there needs to be a nod to how important the building was, because once it's all changed, you wouldn't know it was a psychiatric hospital and how important it was. And I don't think a blue plaque on the wall will be sufficient, personally.
Any other questions?
No.
I don't see it. Thank you very much.
That's
I say, if
okay.
you want to.
Does
leave those
anybody want
photos
to
with
look
us,
at
do
them in? Yeah.
Okay. Our next speaker, Peter Martin, the applicant in support of the application. And I understand there are colleagues who are available to answer questions as well, who you may field those when the time comes. But
There are.
thank you.
Right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm Peter Martin and I represent Enterprise Retirement Living. We are developers and operators of retirement communities like this for older people in need of support. All of our schemes are comprise listed and heritage buildings. Bootham Park Hospital is one of York's most significant sites. The range of historic buildings, the landscape, the open space, and the history of the hospital itself. All this means that appropriate sustainable development, securing its long-term future, is of key importance to the city and its residents. We believe a retirement community offers the best future use for the site. For many older people, and the average age of our residents is 80 to 85, ill health is something managed by the NHS, but loneliness and isolation is their greatest concern. A retirement community with full accessibility to suit their needs, with supportive residents and caring staff, can substantially reduce these worries. The reassurance that our retirement communities offer is fundamental. There is always somebody on hand to come running in the event of an emergency, and there's always a friendly face, whether that's the staff or other residents. Beyond this, we do, of course, work hard to improve the health of our residents. And there is clear evidence that living in an integrated retirement community reduces the need for care, reduces the cost of social care providers, reduces the cost of the NHS, and improves their quality of life. Our proposals are in line with the Council's own aspirations for Bootham Park. Various reports over 6 years have identified areas where there is scope for development and others where that is very limited. However, it was always inevitable there would be some harm to either buildings or the landscape if the ultimate design to come forward was one that provided a holistic and secure outcome for the renovation of the key buildings, its grounds, and the creation of a long-term sustainable community. Having engaged with Historic England and the Council's own officers, we're convinced that this proposal provides just such a solution. We acknowledge that there are harms, whether they are the demolition of the pauper wings or the removal of some trees. However, we have worked very hard to minimize these impacts and to mitigate harm. We looked at the pauper wings and considered multiple options for redesign. Likewise, we looked at options to reduce the number of trees that had to be removed. our plans have changed on a number of occasions to accommodate feedback from Historic England, Council Planning and Conservation officers, and others. The development will also bring benefits to the people of York, including the creation of a public park, term time sports pitches available not just for Bootham School,
30 seconds.
the renovation of almost 1 kilometre of listed railings, the creation and completion of the cycle and pedestrian links from Scarborough Bridge to the hospital, which are not publicly accessible at the moment, and an air ambulance landing spot. Perhaps most significantly, it will assist in freeing up homes for younger people and families. Bootham Park Hospital has a very long history, and this project will ensure its future. We've worked extensively with the council and others to bring forward the best solution, which minimises harm, is sustainable, and optimises future benefits for our residents and the citizens of York. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure there'll be questions.
I'm sure there will.
I've got one or two, but I'm just looking to see whether other members want to go first. Councillor Craghill, then Councillor Fenton.
Gosh, did I get first? Yeah, I've got two questions. I'll see if I get onto my second or someone else will no doubt ask some similar. A number of the respondents, in terms of looking at the design of the new build, have commented that not just the massing, I accept, as Jonathan says, if that building line to the west where the pauper wings are coming down is no further forward, but they've also commented, yeah, about the sort of imposing nature of them and also the colour that they and the design, you know, the actual brickwork, which I see is in lines. I see more clearly on these slides than I saw before. It seems to be a bit more sort of, there's comments about not really, as modern buildings, as new buildings, not really supporting the visual impact of the older buildings and the John Carwing. Can you just say a bit more about what you're thinking about that? And could you, for example, make them lighter brick, which a number of people have asked for?
Yes, and some have asked for darker brick and different red brick and reused brick and buildings that came forward, buildings that went into, we've been through so many options. And the reality is this represents the best solution that we could come up with, which was supported by the council's conservation officer and Historic England. Historic England in particular, we had very extensive discussions with them, and that design specifically picks up on some of their requirements. They wanted the stagger back, for example, because that gives a crenellated roof line. The materials with them, again, they wanted to make sure there was a contrast between the principal listed buildings which are being preserved and new. You want to read, I mean, I'm not the heritage consultant here, but you want to read the new buildings as new. You don't want them to look like a pastiche of what's next door. So the selection of materials reflects that, as does the design. Now, I'm not an architect, so I'm not going to say what the best solution is, but that's the one which we've come to, which seems to please most people.
All right, well, I'll ask officers this question as well, but my impression is that the contrast isn't there, that our conservation architect would prefer more contrast with a lighter finish, but anyway.
Well, I mean, the materials themselves have been conditioned, so yeah, the council's officers can specify the bricks that they want. So whether that's white, light red, or dark red, I mean, we're happy to work with the councillors on the final selection of a brick, because inevitably we will create a brick panel, and if that brick panel doesn't look right, then we'll have to find another brick. And that process could go on for a while. I know
it's only part of it, but it's kind of what you see when you walk, when it's finished and you walk around.
It's as you probably gathered from reading the officer's report, this is it's a balanced exercise. It's a matter of opinions, and there are lots of them.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll return to this.
Sorry?
I'm sure we'll be returning to this, and you'll have the opportunity of asking officers for any clarifications in a little while. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, one of which may be one officers can pick up, but I'll ask you it anyway. Obviously, one of the stated benefits of the scheme is the public open space and the path through the around the south side of the main site. There seems to be some confusion in my head, at least, in terms of the current status of that parkland in terms of the legal right of public access. So I'm just wanting to be clear what it is about this proposal that would secure public access to the parkland area of the site, if we could have some clarity on that, and if you can, I'm sure officers can pick that up. And the second question, whilst it's still on my head, is relating to car parking. There's some references in the report to concerns about a potential over provision of car parking. I just wondered how, as the operator of the site, you would manage the car parking in terms of sort of permit parking. I suppose a concern I have is that if fewer and fewer residents choose to own a car and there is an over provision, the potential risk of those spaces being kind of marketed as a park up near to York City Centre. So I just wondered how you would propose to manage the parking on site. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, so the status of the site is public body. Sorry.
Start again.
NHS Property Services is obviously a public body, but it is private space at the moment. The cycle and pedestrian rights are also not public rights yet. They are used permissively, I believe, but we have, in addition to the planning application, we have a series of legal agreements in draft form at the moment with the council and others to effectively turn all those into legal rights, full legal rights. The cycleway, for example, that was mentioned earlier, has been designed by the council's own highways team, and we'll be upgrading that to make it a full cycle path all the way through to Scarborough, not from Scarborough Bridge, all the way through to the hospital, including the bit that goes through to the wall with the gate near the hospital. So that's how I understand it. But certainly after, or when we get planning permission and the scheme is built, there's be public access to that park. And in fact, the NHS are also putting money towards a healthy prescribing initiative, which means if you go to see the doctor, you'll go and exercise at Bootham Park, basically. So they're contributing towards that. In terms of car parking, yes, common question. One of the biggest problems with later living is that people's preference is to stay at home. But that home is often 3-4 bedrooms, it's under occupied, it's inappropriate, it's in the wrong location, and it's very difficult to provide care. We obviously want them all to move into our schemes, and owning a car is seen as independence and freedom. So we try, wherever possible, to provide parking for them. However, we have a lease restriction that doesn't allow them to have more than one car per property. So we never have more than one, and you're quite right, they do get used less and less, but without putting too fine a point on it, of course, our residents are not always there forever. And then the new residents come in and some of them bring a car with them. And therefore, those spaces get reused. We certainly would not intend to market them, lease them, sell them, or do anything else of the sort. The comment about a car share spaces, that's absolutely fine. And it's entirely in line with our own aspirations to reduce car usage, to have car charging points and the rest of it. But people who need this sort of accommodation, they do need it. My own parents are this target audience. The car is that last vestige of independence. They know they will have to get rid of it, but they don't want to give it up. And it's difficult enough to persuade them to make the move from a family home to an apartment and communal living, however sensible it might be.
Thank you. Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. And Councillor Fenton has broached the subject of car parking, which I wanted to ask, but I do have a supplementary on that. You say that the average age of the resident is 80 to 85. You're anticipating that a significant proportion of those will have cars. Are you going to be charging? How are you going to stop members of the public parking there? There's 15 spaces retained for the NHS, but if the anticipated residents don't have vehicles, you're potentially going to have a great big empty car park there. And how are you going to stop just anybody parking there, as Councillor Fenton said, and using it as a nice access into the town centre? I do have another question.
Sorry, just checking with our architect. Yeah, we have a barrier. It will be controlled. Indeed, our normal scheme, our other schemes are all gated. This scheme is not gated, but there will be a barrier, and it's just, well, you can't really see it on there, I was checking, but it's to the southeast of the Superintendent's Lodge. So as you approach the main sort of reception plaza, for want of a better term, there's a barrier, and it will be barrier controlled. Yeah, it's important. Electronically controlled, yeah. It's important to us that as far as we can, that we keep the site safe and secure. This is not a gated community. It's a permeable site with the public going through it. And pedestrians and cyclists are one thing, but we certainly don't want it to become a sort of fly parking destination for people in York. That would be, yeah, it's definitely not what we want.
And, sorry, supplementary there from Councillor
Councillor Crackhill, this is supplementary.
It was a very quick supplementary, just to clarify, the barriers on Union Terrace, is that what you meant?
No, it's on the access road that leads from Union Terrace into the site. So we have a road within us. Yes, about there. Thank you.
Where?
Just to the right of where the pointer is.
Yes, sorry, that's
Yeah.
where I meant.
All
Yeah,
right,
okay,
sorry.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. And you had a further question, Councillor Pavlovich.
I did.
Good.
One of the concerns I think that most people would have, and it's an office question as well, but the internal fittings of the Grade 1 building, as many of us who've been to Bootham Park in the past will have been absolutely astounded by the quality of the floors and the architecture and the ceilings and the woodwork. All that retained?
Bar some very minor interventions which are shown on that plan. Yes, the whole site has been laser scanned. So we know exactly where the plugs are, the skirting boards, the mouldings, everything. So somebody mentioned earlier on the subscription rooms, for example, all those boards, they stay.
They're staying.
They're staying. They're staying. That will become a communal room which will be accessible. So yeah, no, they're all staying. I mean, if you start asking me whether individual floorboard areas or bits of tiling, I'm afraid I'd have to refer to the architects for the detail. But the sort of the big picture of all those lovely communal spaces you're talking about, yes, they all stay.
But those long corridors.
They stay. They stay. The recreation hall stays. The atrium as you go in with the, I think they're Meissen tiles. They stay. The stained glass on the right, that stays. The lift shaft is set back in there. So yes. Yes, I mean, we've had extensive discussions with officers of the council about just these issues.
Councillor Lomas.
So just a supplementary to that, I think we heard in the officer's presentation that the long corridors weren't all staying. So can you clarify? Because Jonathan quite clearly said in his presentation to us that in the ladies' ward, there was intervention into the length and span of the corridors.
No, you're quite correct. The long corridors I'm talking about are the ones in the John Carr, the Grade 1, the Grade 1 building, which Historic England and the Conservation Officer were, absolutely clear on. That was a red line issue that they're staying. They're staying. You're quite right on the ladies' wing to the north, particularly. I mean, you can see actually they're not open to the right. I think where the pointer is there, it's not actually open at all. There's a series of doors there. So that is as it is, sits as it is now. So that isn't really an open corridor. But you're right, we are subdividing the bit to the left of that sort of central area because they are called cells and they are the size of a cell and they're just not attractive as accommodation, I'm afraid.
And
So-
a further question, Councillor Lomas?
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions. One is about the pauper wings. You've said that you considered alternatives to demolition, but as we have been told in our report packs, you can only demolish Grade 2 listed buildings in exceptional cases. So I would want to be convinced that you absolutely have considered all alternatives to demolition, and I'm curious as to why we've got no explanation of why those other alternatives weren't workable, because at the moment I'm left with the impression that they weren't workable because they weren't big enough, and you just want more rooms to make more money, essentially. So you're going to have to help us with that, help us to understand the process that you've gone through to prove that this is genuinely exceptional?
Thank you, Councillor. So this project goes back before my time, 6 years. And in fact, the council's own proposals going back 3 years, I think it is, or even 4, included demolition of the pauper wings. It's always been identified as the area of highest opportunity for redevelopment on the site that would have least impact on the principal listed buildings. So that's the sort of starting point. However, that was not enough for Historic England or the Conservation Officer. So we worked through a number of options. Our heritage architect at Bowman Riley looked at the buildings, the core of the buildings, and looked at the accommodation and what we could do with them, because they had been very, very changed. We then undertook original research, which Rebecca did, on every pauper wing in England that survives at the moment to establish how exceptional they were or not. And in the end, Historic England and the Conservation Officer agreed with us that they weren't of sufficient merit to frustrate the larger sustainable redevelopment of the site. There is a recognition that clearly there was harm, and that's why Historic England didn't object. They stated there was harm. We accept there is harm, but you have to balance the public benefits against that harm. And to bring this site back into a sustainable long-term use that's viable and will maintain those historic buildings for the long term, that means change. And the outcome of all those discussions was that the pauper wings ultimately are being sacrificed for the benefit of the site as a whole.
Just a supplementary on that, and then I do have another question. I suppose what I'm not hearing is what alternatives did you consider? Because what your answer, you just told me you didn't consider any alternatives. You relied on all of the people who before you had looked at this and just took their word for it. So, you know, this is a significant decision that we are making, not Historic England. So we need to be assured that you have considered all possible alternatives.
You can be assured we have. So our heritage architect at Bowman Riley did multiple redraws of the pauper wings with that core accommodation, what apartments could we fit in, with corridors, with balconies, with appropriate circulation space for wheelchairs and the rest of it. It just didn't work. It did not work. The buildings are not deep enough to have 2 apartments, double bank, for example, so you can't have a corridor down the middle. It did not work. I mean, yes, we could have had, a few apartments, but clearly that was never going to work in the context of what needs to be a large scheme with 24-hour staffing. That was always accepted that, to get a viable scheme with enough units, we had to come up with something different. And that's, what Historic England and the council's own conservation officer in the end accepted. It's not ideal, obviously, but, but we went through endless drawings.
Thank you. And my other question is, in what way does your scheme honour the significance of this building and the significance of this city in the development of mental health treatment over time? Because this is an important city in terms of the development of mental health treatment, and this is an important part of that. And I'm just curious to understand how you're going to honour that through this development.
Difficult one for me to answer, really. I mean, because I think the retreat is closed as well, hasn't it? Which is the other one. I mean, I do go back to the earlier point I made about mental health for the elderly. It is a fundamental problem in old age, is mental health. Illness it happens. We all get ill, but mental health can be cured in this context. Loneliness and isolation can be cured. If you move into a retirement community, you will have new friends. You make friendships and relationships. You can cure loneliness and isolation, which is the curse of being old and isolated. So if that ties into mental health and mental well-being, then that's probably the answer you need.
Keep going.
Yeah, so I wasn't asking about how you're going to provide for mental health. I was asking about how you're going to honour the historical significance of this building and this city in the development of mental health treatment over time. Because, I think all of us have been uncomfortable at times reading all of the reports by, talk of pauper wings and cells and things like that, because those are aspects of the history of mental health treatment. And so I'm asking, how does your development in the way that it is structured and it's going to be used honour that history?
I'm not sure I can answer that question in the way that perhaps you want me to. And yet we don't intend to set up a museum or similar inside. Obviously, the subscription rules are going to be available for public access. But beyond that, I'm not sure what else I can suggest that we do. I don't think it's appropriate for us to have a museum of mental health in there, for example. I don't think that's appropriate in the context of our environment. I just don't think it's right for our residents and their families.
Okay, Councillor Kilbane.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for being here tonight. Just in terms, most of the questions I was going to raise have been either answered or we'll need to refer back to officers. In terms of the cycling provision through the site, I've got three questions. First of all, would you be open to making the path 3 metres wide? Secondly, would you give it priority where it meets the road, the access road? And thirdly, you talked about making cycle access all the way through to Bridge Lane or to the back of the hospital. How are you going to do that, given that that's outside of your curtilage?
So the cycling strategy and the cycle paths have been designed largely by the Council's own Highways Department. And we have largely gone along with what they've asked for. The question of 3 metres, as I understand it, we have 2 lanes of 2 metres. So it's 4 metres in total, with a divider down the middle, and the divider was specified by the council, as was the orientation of the path to avoid vehicles backing out the rest of it. So, yeah, I'm not sure that answers the question, but it's been designed by Highways, by the council. So I think, are we going to have 2 lanes of 3 metres? Well, we've spent a lot of time working with the council's highways departments to have 2 lanes of 2 metres with a divider down the middle, because that's what they wanted.
Can you clarify? So your answer is no then to that question?
Possibly.
Is it yes or no?
And the question of road priority, do you mean at Bootham? Because those lights are already in now.
No, at the other end where it crosses the new access road, this cycle path that will somehow get to the back of the hospital.
Yeah, it goes
When
to
it
the
meets
right.
that road, will the cycle path have priority there? Are you open to that idea rather than the road having priority?
I'm not sure there's anything I can do about that, or if there's room. I don't know is the answer.
All these questions are you open to the idea?
Well, we're open to all these discussions, certainly. And that cycle path has been redesigned several times after highways have come back to us and asked for further changes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, no, Chair, the last question was how you talked about access through to the back of the hospital.
That's already been agreed in one of the legal agreements that's in draft at the moment, which involves NHS hospital in rearranging the gate through that wall so it doesn't open out onto bikes. That's been agreed.
I'll take that up with officers. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to go back to a point I think that Councillor Craggill originally made. But in respect of some of your responses about historic England, supporting the massing and the design of the extensions, and I think you mentioned the council's heritage architect. However, the report seems to completely contrast and differ with that perspective, in which it says officers differ in opinion to historic England. Is disappointing that a more bespoke solution to the facade treatments has not been taken. The style development adjacent to the John Carr building and surrounding the chapel are too similar in build with no differentiation. There's a negative impact on the setting of the John Carr building. The officer's opinion due to the scale and proposals of the style chosen. The only successful way to provide new buildings in a historic setting is for them to reference their context and to fit seamlessly into the surroundings. In all cases, officers do not consider that this has been achieved. So that kind of contrasts with the view that the council's unanimous in its opinion that this is anything other than a design that is going to be incongruous within the context of the grade 1 building?
I wouldn't suggest that there is a unanimous view on design. You're quite right. There's not a unanimous view. There's a lot of different views, and the outcome reflects all those different opinions. We're not going to please every individual. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about an individual. I'm talking about the council's conservation architect, which must carry some weight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
With you, as opposed to mine or the man on the Clapham omnibus. This is the council's own conservation architect.
Yes. No, we've had lots and lots of meetings with him and with the Historic England and other amenity groups. We have, but ultimately this is the outcome of all those discussions.
Thank you.
Did you consider using any of the salvaged bricks from the buildings that are due to be removed? The estate cottages and the more engineered bricks of the 1860s buildings.
We have most of them are going to be used, well, not most, but they are going to be used in the landscape treatment. So dwarf walls, benches, that sort of thing. We're not going to be building any structures, as in any wings with them. No. So I understand they're machine-made bricks, but we are going to use some of them in the landscape treatment because that way there is a reuse. Yes.
Okay. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also going to refer to page 16 of the comments of the conservation architect. Now, I've spent in my sort of 30s many happy hours playing cricket on Bootham Park cricket pitch, on Sunday cricket. And one of the things that struck me was the beautiful setting of the chapel in its parkland area. It was isolated, very well surrounded by space and trees. If I refer to what the conservation architect says, the scale of the proposed development is too large in terms of amount and height. The development would harm the setting of the chapel and the wider setting of the various heritage assets. A maximum building height of 2 stories recommended. Is there any latitude for taking the middle wing, at least of that, down to 2 stories, so that would enable the chapel to stand clearly above have space around it? Because that is a bit of an issue for me, I have to say.
I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, that design is not the first.
Right.
We've had options where there was a building above and below. We had crescents both sides. We had 3 stories the whole bit. We then set it back further, again reflecting the comments we got from conservation. There was also feedback from the council that they actually quite wanted us to block out the view to the arclight, because that doesn't actually help the setting of the chapel. I say all of this just to identify that we, as the applicants, have had to juggle lots of different opinions. And whether they're my opinions or a conservation officer or Historic England or various others, there is not an easy solution to this. But we think that works quite well. The step down diminishes the scale of the buildings, and by keeping those trees as well, which they're not in the greatest shape, we think that's an attractive scheme. I really do. But I accept that that may not be what everybody says, because architecture is obviously a matter of taste.
I would say the Arclight Centre wasn't there when I played cricket. That might affect things a little.
Thank you. Can I ask a slightly different question? And again, referring back to our conversations around public benefit. We picked up on 1 or 2 of those in terms of the access. You answered that question. But I'm just for the moment interested to hear more about the sports facility. Who would be using that sports facility?
So the arrangement that we've discussed in outline, because we haven't legally documented it yet, but with Bootham School, is that they would be responsible for the maintenance and creation of those sports pitches, which they would use in term time and would make available to non-private schools as well. So they have the cost, and they allow everybody else to use them as well, apart from when they've got classes on. So most of the time, those are public pitches.
So those who would be using them would get changed where?
Wherever they want to change. I don't know. And we're not providing changing rooms. I mean, Council just said he played cricket there. I presume you changed at home and went to the match. Yeah, I mean, no.
Okay, no changing.
No, that's not possible.
Or access to toilets.
No. I mean, but they could go to the bistro because there's obviously going to be toilets in the bistro, which is part of the reason it's designed as a bistro, so that the public can go in there for coffee and cakes after they've been wandering around the park. That's frankly part of the commercial attraction of it. So there will be toilets there.
Okay, that was going to be my next question, although you may have a supplementary on this, Councillor Craghill.
Yeah, it was just on that. I didn't quite catch what you said. Bootham will arrange with other, did you say just private schools?
No,
I didn't
anybody
hear.
who wants to use their sports
Yeah.
pitches, any clubs, any
Yeah.
state schools, any of them can
That's
use it.
likely to be
Apart
outside of
from-
school hours use, isn't it?
Or no, or
Bootham
just when
will
they haven't got
use.
matches on, whenever
Right.
they're not using them. Yeah, we've
And
discussed
that
it with them
will
there.
be, how will that be secured? Will that be in the legal agreement?
Yes. Yes, I mean, there's quite a lot of legal agreements involved in this site, which are in draft. Because clearly until, or if we get planning permission, there's no point concluding them, but there's an awful lot of them to do with the maintenance of the grounds, the helicopter landing pad, there's an air quality monitoring station. Obviously, there's the railings are being renovated, there's a cycle path, the footpath, the park. All of these things are set out in the legal agreements, which are separate to the planning.
Thank you. Again, in terms of public benefit, the helicopter landing, I understand, is something
Rare.
that has been long established. It's not something that's new.
It's rare, and I mean, I suppose if we're talking about public benefit, the obvious point is that York does not have any appropriate housing for older people. At the moment, according to the council's report I've seen, there is no market provision of extra care housing in York. So you've got nearly 11,000 people, according to the census, over 80. And as far as I'm aware, there is no extra care housing in York. You've got the Hartwick Oak scheme, which is more sort of bungalows. But beyond that, I'm not aware of any provision in York at all. Private sector, is there? I consider that to be a fairly major benefit. There's an awful lot of old people who haven't got anywhere like this they can move to. We've got a scheme in Ripon, which obviously they're welcome to move to, but for people in York, it's different.
Okay. Can I just ask one further question on public access? And you referred to the cafe as being publicly available.
Yes.
I can think of a number of applications that have come before this committee where similar things were said, and in the event those public spaces have not been public spaces at all, what reassurances are possible that this would actually be something that would be publicly accessible?
Well, because we've said it will be. I mean, that building is in the middle of the public spaces. This is a permeable space. The public can wander through now. I know that legally that's not established, but they can and will be able to when this scheme happens. And that bistro will be open to the public. If you look at the drawing, you'll see there's an entrance point there. That is the entrance into the scheme for our residents. So it's a secure entry point. But for the public, they just turn right into the bistro.
Councillor Fenton.
Thank you. Just picking up the point you raised about provision of extra care housing in the city. I'm not sure it's quite correct that there is none. You mentioned the engagement you've had with officers. There's nothing in the report that refers to internal consultations we may have had with the housing team. I just wondered if you'd had any conversations with officers in the housing department in York in terms of understanding the need and the gap in provision and how this might address it. I just wondered if you'd had any of those conversations.
I did, and forgive me, I can't remember the lady's name, I'm afraid, but the head of your senior housings team I met, well, it was in lockdown, so it was on the side of the river with a coffee, and she was very enthusiastic for the reasons I've just said. There is a woeful under provision, and it's not just here. I mean, this is a national issue. That's why, you know, something needs to happen in terms of older people's housing. You know, the numbers of people getting older is going up very fast, and there's a focus on first-time buyers, but of course, people at the top, if there was an appropriate housing option, would move off the ladder and you'd start freeing up housing. That is one of the key benefits of appropriate housing for older people, because they are, many of them, sitting in under-occupied housing, which many people would like to move into.
Councillor Lomas.
I am struggling somewhat with you saying there's no extra care housing provision in York, because in my time as a councillor, which is the last, 3.5 years, I know of at least two applications that I have sat here and seen passed for such provision. So it may be that not all of those have been built yet, but there's definitely at least two other applications. So I'm concerned that we might be accepting things as fact that perhaps aren't a fact. It may be just that that's your belief, and that would be important to make clear that it's your belief, not necessarily a fact.
I mean, I don't know about the two schemes you're talking about and whether they are market, i.e. they're for sale in the private sector. There is social, there is government sponsored extra care, but open market for those who wish to purchase their own property, as far as I'm aware, is zero. The council's SHMA table has a 0 for market. Now, that may have been updated since it was published, so you could well be right, councillor, but it was 0. Extra care is a particular type. We're not talking about sheltered housing. This is housing with 24-hour staffing and care on site. It is quite a rare beast, but it increases and improves the quality of people's lives immeasurably, in my opinion. My own parents are in the scheme, so whereas it used to be just a professional interest, it's now a personal one, and I've seen what happens.
I'm not disagreeing with the need for it. I'm disagreeing with your assertion that there is 0 provision in the city.
It may be something we can clarify. I hope that's possible. Are there any other questions? We've covered quite a lot of ground here. I don't see anybody else itching to ask a question except Councillor Crackhill.
I'll probably ask officers about this as well, but just I mean, you mentioned it in your initial presentation, was the number of trees that are going to be removed, which I think it says in the paper somewhere is around 96 trees and tree groups in total, and about 13 category A and 13 category B, although that might be slightly less now. I'm not quite clear because a few things have been altered, but I just wondered about, you know, looking at that, they're sort of all over the site, that there is tree removal, and naturally you'd expect some of that to fit buildings in, basically, here and there. But there seem to be trees being removed where there aren't buildings in the new build. For example, I mean, you can't see it on there, but I was looking at the tree map on the website, and there seem to be some removals in front, sort of on the lawns and near the edge of the helicopter pad, and in front of the west, the new west sort of building where the pauper wards would are now. Some of those are being removed, and I wondered if you knew why that would.
Without looking the individual ones, I couldn't give you the answer. I mean, I say many, but some of them are obviously being removed because of issues with foundations. So the issue of the bistro, for example, and the retention of that tree, the reason that bistro is a converted building is because we don't have to put new foundations down, which might threaten the tree which is already there. I mean, you're right, there's 26 trees going. And we're keeping 165 or so and planting 180. So yes, we are losing trees.
I think it says 96 in the paper.
We're removing 13 category A and 13 category B.
Yeah, but then there's the other ones as well.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I'm sure that there's lesser, but it's the A's and B's that are the significant trees.
Yeah. And then up at the top, the north wing, I think that one's called, right up at near the boundary with the pathway that goes through to the bridge over the railway line, I think.
Yes, it does.
You're removing quite a lot there where that building is, and I just wondered why the sort of design couldn't have been different, because then you've got open space and a courtyard area. Is that necessary?
Well, again, opinions, I guess. It's the setting of the listed building there. The hospital originally had what they call airing yards, where the residents would exercise, and so you have these enclosed courtyards, and we felt that enclosing that and creating a courtyard would better set off the ladies' wings northern elevation and aspect. So we're effectively closing in the site from the hospital, because the back of the hospital there is not pretty, and there's quite a lot going on there at the moment, but it's definitely not a pretty aspect, and by creating a private courtyard there, we think that's a better aspect for the ladies' wing. And that was part of the justification there.
Okay, thank you. It's a shame.
Has that exhausted the questions? I don't see any other questions. Okay. As I say, we've covered a lot of ground there. Thank you very much. I think I'm probably not the only one who'd appreciate just a comfort break at this point. So just for 5 minutes, we'll reconvene at 10 minutes to 6. Thank you. I think we're all back, so we will commence. We've, I'm sure, got a number of questions that we're going to put to officers. There may be some officers available to us who are virtually present, not necessarily physically present. So can you just help? Who might be available to us?
Thank you, Chair. So Becky Eads, Head of Planning and Development Services. We do have available David Crothers, who is the Conservation Architect, for any questions, as well as handily Helen from Highways. So yeah, okay.
Thank you. Okay. So thank you for those who've contributed. The public engagement finishes at this point. I know sometimes people are itching to say something more, but I'm sorry, that's just how it works. But members now have the opportunity, having heard all of that, to ask any questions they want of officers of the council, particularly seeking any clarifications. And I see there are quite a few I knew there would be. I'm going to begin with Councillor Fisher, then Councillor Lomas, then Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. We heard from one of the public speakers, the first public speaker, that Historic England had significant concerns, and their most recent communication conveyed that. Now, on page 20, it very clearly says that they are not concerned significantly about the plans. Is that on the very latest iteration of the plans, or do they still have concerns? I'd refer page 20, the section there, which is.
Yeah, so the most recent comments from Historic England are the ones from October last year. And in terms of their recommendation at the end, it says they have concerns regarding the applications on heritage grounds. So that deviates to the local authority essentially to make a decision. It's not particularly strongly worded. It's not an objection, to be clear about that. It just raises concerns. And they go on to talk about the various aspects of the scheme and provide commentary on them. So just as an example, they refer to the loss of the pauper wings and they say that's the greatest single harmful impact. And they regard that as substantial harm. But they do go on to say, which is very important, that this should be considered in the context of the potential public benefits to be derived from the reuse of the wider site. So they don't, the way we interpret that and the fact that they've only got concerns, there clearly appears to be an acknowledgement there that the overall scheme and the reuse of the most important parts of the building are public benefits that outweigh the harm.
Thank you. I just want to be clear that the comments we've got in the report are the latest statement from Historic England. Thank you.
That'll be, yes, correct. And if I've quoted things in the reports, again, they're taken from the most recent comments also.
Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. There's been quite a lot of mention of things that are subject of separate legal agreements in relation to use of the grounds, access through for pedestrians and cyclists, and all sorts of things like that, which we're told is part of what constitutes the public benefit that outweighs this substantial harm being done to heritage. But it strikes me that could all disappear in the blink of an eye, couldn't it? Because those are not part of this process. So is there a way that we can condition things around the access and the public benefits if we are being asked to make a decision to substantially harm heritage assets on the basis of public benefit?
We do have some conditions towards the end of the recommended conditions in the full application that secure some of the elements, but what we would have normally done would have been to go into a legal agreement with the developer to secure some of these items, but we'd essentially in this case be duplicating what the council has an agreement to undertake with the applicant already. So there was a report that went to the executive in December 2021 that explains the arrangements that the council have in place with the developer, and all the various elements of the scheme that they would secure in a legal agreement should the scheme go ahead. So the elements, when we talk about the public access to the site and securing the public access for the cycle route, they would be wrapped up in the legal agreement that is agreed to be in place with property. The same applies to the sports pitches, and how Bootham would have priority over those in the mornings, but the report also talks about how other user groups and other schools in the area would have access to those playing fields. So all those benefits will be secured through a legal agreement, and the council has agreement with the developer for that to be moved forward if the scheme's approved and if the developer moves on to the site.
And just a second question. We heard the applicant say that there's no extra care housing provision in York, which I found confusing because there's the application that we had, I think it was last year, but it could be the end of the year before, on Tadcaster Road, near the racecourse, near the stables, I think. And then there was the one at Fulford Cross, I think, as well. So is it correct that there is no extra care housing provision in York?
It's, as the applicant was explaining before, it is quite complicated because they all fall in different categories depending on who operates it, who's eligible to occupy it, and the type of care that's provided. And this, in this case, there are it's accommodation for a certain level of care, but it's a private development, so it would have been similar to the one that was proposed near the racecourse, but that was refused. And in terms of our housing need in the local plan, it's the type of accommodation that's been sort of lumped in with market housing. So we don't have a specific policy that says for this exact type of residential development we need X units each year over the plan period. The idea is that it would be delivered as part of the overall housing need. So that's essentially paired up with the other commentary in the local plan that talks about an aging population in the city, that's evidenced, and the need to provide accommodation for them.
I said I'd come to Councillor Pavlovic, but I'm aware that both Councillor Luca and Councillor Doughty have been trying to catch my eye, and I just want to check whether your questions are around the same theme here, so we can stick with one thing at a time if possible. Councillor Luca?
I wanted to ask, yes, I wanted to just clarify some of it and just check on some of the cycling stuff. My understanding, and I use that track so often because it's the easiest route from my home to a large patch of Guildhall Ward, so I'm always cycling through there. It's been part of the council's cycle network for a long time. It's signposted so I'm assuming that the council have already got this legal agreement that it is a cycle network. It's part of the way the cycle network operates in York. And even while the whole hospital's been shut, we've still got that signposted route through the hospital site to cycle and walk, and it is used extensively. Not always very comfortably. There are some awkward bits.
Introduce yourself.
I remember people getting terribly excited when it was adopted. I could refer you to the councillor who was very, very excited when it was adopted.
Thank you.
I'm Helen Gertrude. I'm the Traffic and Highway Development Manager for City of York Council. I'm not sure what you refer to, Councillor Luker, when you say adopted, because it is not adopted highway for sure. It's maybe part of the cycle route, but it is not. That's it. So the arrangement, we do believe it's a highway, but you can have a public adopted highway or you can have a private highway. This highway is in private land. And it was never registered as a public right of way. it potentially could, but it hasn't been done. And so the legal agreement is addressing all of this by making sure that the route remains open to the public.
The other factor I wanted to touch on was the communal use. I mean, at the moment, and in spite of a very large notice saying dog walking prohibited, it is extensively used. All that green area at the front of the building is extensively used by dog walkers. And it's a very pleasant and nice place for dog walkers. I don't know how you keep them out, but I presume this is going to be something that will have to be, if we're going to have, and I welcome the possibility of more formal arrangements for communal sports activities and such like on that site, because it was until recently being used exclusively by the Minster prep school. It was their sports field for more complicated sports than they could do on their site. So I don't know what sort of arrangements or agreements you're going to have. Who's going to be able to negotiate? Do you go to Bootham Park, to Bootham School to book the site, or can you just turn up to have a kick around if nobody's using it?
Is any clarification possible on that?
Yes, it's a little bit complicated though, but it's similar to the highways in that, like you say, people use it to walk dogs at the moment, but there's a big sign up saying you're not allowed to walk your dog on there, and there's no public access. What the agreement would do would secure public access permanently for the entire part of the site, so it would be publicly accessible. But there are different elements to the landscape. I've not got the detailed landscape drawings, just these ones here, but just to flick through it. So you'd always have public access, and the idea is that there'd be this recreation route that people could use, and there'd be seating and children's play, etc. in this area. So the public would always be able to get on there and access that. When we refer to the bit that Bootham School are involved with, they would look after the sports pitches, and they would do the administration in terms of if you wanted to book and use them, that would all go through Bootham School. And there are agreements in place as to any profits that are secured from that they don't go straight to the school, they're used for other elements, and that's all detailed in that executive report I referred to previously.
Okay.
Thank you. And that will be publicly notified so that everybody knows what you have to do to book a pitch.
I don't know exactly how we've not got into that level of detail as to where it would sit on the internet.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pavlovic, and then I'll come to Councillor Doughty.
Thank you, Chair. This is for David Carruthers, the Conservation Architect. Can you hear us, David?
I can, Councillor. Can you hear me?
Marvellous. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Great. Well, page 15, going on into 16, you make some very strident comments, I'd say, about the nature of this development. Could you just expand on some of your concerns about the design and both of the John Carr building, the Grade 1 building, the chapel that Councillor Fisher raised, and the demolition of the Pauper Wings? You can make reference to the paragraph numbers if you like, or you can just freeform.
Thank you. I have been involved with Bootham Park for a few years now, and I'd always tried to make sure that any development was of a scale and of a design that was appropriate for its context. So my concerns, I think I tried to put as succinctly as possible. I had hoped from the very beginning that the elements of new build, whether they be adjacent to the John Carr building, whether they be adjacent to the chapel, or whether they replace the cottages had a distinctiveness that reflected their location, and that is my overriding criticism of the design overall. That I don't believe, I think the design is too generic, that a more bespoke solution would have been more appropriate, that reflected the individual context. But that is part of the balance in terms of harm against benefits.
Yeah. So in respect of let's talk about the John Carr building first, and then we'll move on. Would the design, notwithstanding everything that you've heard about it being set slightly further back, will that detract from the facade of the Grade 1 building?
In my opinion, yes. But as the applicant speaker made clear, it is a subjective opinion, but based on my professional opinion, that I think a more sensitive scheme, and I disagree, my comments are contrary to Historic England, but I feel a more sensitive approach could have been achieved in that location.
So we've heard that Historic England, to some extent, didn't have a problem with the design and the context in respect of the Grade 1 building. There is a paragraph that references that. Is that you have a difference of professional view with them, or am I missing something in their comments that they state that they have concerns, but those concerns have been ameliorated by the actual design?
Yes, I think you summed it up quite clearly, that Historic England are happy with that particular element of the scheme, and I would have preferred a more sensitive approach, but that is my opinion.
Right. So then can we talk about the chapel site? You stated that the scale is too large in terms of amount and height. The development would harm the setting of the chapel and the wider setting of the heritage assets, including the importance of the landscape. And would reducing the height but keeping the design, essentially, make that more acceptable to you? Or is it the fact that it's design and height that's the problem?
It's design and height, but obviously if it were two-story, that would assist in making it more acceptable.
And final question, if that's okay. You talk about substantial harm. You've previously talked about the extent of the substantial harm. Where do you place the harm to the heritage assets? High or at the lower end of the scale?
It's at the highest level. Wholesale demolition of a listed building. It is, I think Jonathan mentions it in his report. It has to be exceptional, and the benefits have to outweigh that harm. So the wholesale demolition of a listed building at whatever grade is substantial harm at the highest level. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
There, I'm sure will be other questions around this. Councillor Craghill.
Yeah, sort of supplementary to that. I mean, I share some of these concerns about the designs of the new build. And And I appreciate that involves quite a number of different aspects of those designs, and that usually as a planning committee, you know, we can't start messing about with trying to change those designs because we have to address the application in front of us. But that was why I asked the question earlier about the materials, you know, the finish, the brickwork and the materials. And I seem to get an answer. There's both in the paper. I think Jonathan says something about could be accommodated because you've got that standard condition about materials have to be signed off. Would that, you know, a number of people, the Civic Trust, and I think someone else said a lighter finish without something that tries to imitate the John Carr building so much. Do you think that would help in your view? How much difference would that make? You see that? I can't repeat all that.
No, that's fine, Councillor. I perfectly understand your question. I was just giving it a little bit of thought, if that's okay. So I think it's already been discussed that it is important that any new build elements are standalone and are of good quality, and don't try to imitate the heritage asset. I think perhaps we're looking at illustrations of a particular brick, but that is a condition included in Jonathan's report, and it may be that a lighter brick, when that condition is submitted for approval, is the outcome of the application, that once it's discussed on site in that a lighter brick may be deemed to be more appropriate.
So I suppose my follow-up question to that is possibly to Jonathan or Becky, well, I don't know, is if the committee, and they might not agree, but if the committee felt that a lighter brick was preferable, how do they kind of put that, how do they express that in terms of the decision?
We do have a condition at the moment, as other people have said before. There's been there's different opinions and different comments on the brick, and I think we feel it would probably, the word contrast seems to be important and comes up frequently, so it would possibly be a different response for the different new buildings on site. So as we saw at the site visit, the John Carr is a kind of orangey brick at the moment, so the new build to the side of that, as you mentioned, it could well be a lighter brick to contrast with the John Carr building, but the chapel over here is a different construction, and so the buildings that surround the chapel would likely be of a different brick, so they contrast with the stone colour of the chapel, and again don't compete with the chapel, and that's the kind of detail that we content we could deal with in the condition if we get to that point.
It's condition 13.
Thank you. Thank you. I have not forgotten you, Councillor Doughty.
Thank you, Chair. One of the public speakers earlier circulated some photos of the heritage decorative and artistic features inside. I think most of them were from the John Carr building, if not all. I recall visiting with members of the Health Scrutiny Committee a good number of years ago, and certainly big parts of that building are very impressive, and it would be a sad loss to see any of that lost. The applicants indicated that the intention is to keep them. Is there anything in terms of conditions whereby we're asking for them to be preserved or maintained in any length of time at all?
So on the listed building consent, we have a condition that refers to the boardroom and the preservation of the subscription boards in there. And we do have these detailed plans that, as you can see here, are quite heavily annotated. And in terms of the building, and hopefully as you reasonably appreciate from the site visit, that the John Carr part is grade 1 and it's of the most significance, and it's sort of the most, internally it's the most impressive in terms of its decoration. And that's where we've been strictest with the applicants in terms of the intervention, and they're controlled through a listed building consent regime. So all those features that we saw at the site visit, that everything in the John Carr is essentially preserved, and that's coherent with the applications. Nothing in there that gives them scope to make changes to those architectural detailing. That would be something that they would have to put a listed building consent application in future if they wanted to make any of those changes. So they're protected by virtue of the listing, essentially.
Thank you.
Councillor Kilbane.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jonathan, for the reports and all the work that's gone into it. Most of the questions have been asked that I was going to ask. I wanted to know what your thinking was in terms of the public, because obviously we're having to weigh up a public benefit versus a wholesale demolition of grade 2 listed buildings here. So what was you thinking of? How do you see the public benefit of more private accommodation and playing fields that are primarily for the use of a private school? How do you see that as being public benefit when you were weighing up your decision?
In terms of the housing, it contributes to the housing land supply, and it provides a particular type of accommodation of which we have a limited amount. We have to give a high level of weight to that, because without the local plan and due to previous under delivery of housing, there's a presumption in favour of sustainable development because of the housing land supply in the authority, and the amount of accommodation proposed would significantly contribute to that. So we have to give that a high level of weight. And the fact that the playing fields are being reintroduced, they used to be rugby and cricket there, I think, a long time ago, but that's gone for some time. There's a shortfall of accessible open space in the ward. So again, we have to give that weight. The private school will administrative. They'll look after the playing fields, and they will. I understand it's on mornings during term time when they'll take precedence over it, but the agreement will allow that the other local schools will have access to those and use of those playing fields as well. So it's not exclusive to the school next door. So the housing, in terms of those elements, for me, the housing carries the most weight, but the other things are benefits, and there's in the region of £2 million investment that would go into the landscaping to make that reusable to the public and would enhance it. So that public access to better landscape, again, they're all things that add up in favour of the scheme.
And another question that'll be for highways, I think, about the cycle route through. I think we heard fairly clearly from the applicant that they're not interested in extending the width of the cycle path, so we'll leave that one. But they were interested in giving the cycle route priority where it meets the road at the junction there in this sort of northwest corner. And I was also asking about how the arrangements were for access through the back of the site to the hospital, where you currently, as Councillor Looker will know, have to jiggle your way through the car parks and over drop curbs and through narrow gates. What are the arrangements that are being put in place for access to the back of the hospital, and will you be looking to give priority for the cycle path over the road at that junction?
So in terms of the priority, we've got a condition that I think is in the additional information that was given today about the final design of cycling facilities. That's where we would consider this a road safety audit would need to be done. So obviously we would need to consider whether it's suitable here to give priority to cyclists and to make sure the design is suitable. But there is an option to do this if we can design it. And then in terms of the access to the hospital, well, it's the same route as is available at the moment, and obviously after that it's outside the red line, so we were not able to secure any improvements to this because it's not at all in the applicant's control. It's the NHS site, I believe.
Are there any further questions around this particular topic? Councillor Lomas?
It's not a question as such, but Jonathan, can you go in the presentation to the bit where you there was all the different colours. I don't know how to describe it. It was really helpful.
Yeah, so we had towards the end of the presentation, there was the plans that showed the different listings and the different
That one.
so that shows the significance of the various areas of the building.
Yeah, it
I
was
think
that one.
that's probably the best one,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Can you just leave that up for a sec? Thanks.
So this was when one of the first speakers, this area is like the bowling alley that they referred to that is accessed off that corridor. That's an area that's preserved in the scheme, and this is the big timber panelled dining room. Again, that's preserved as part of the scheme. And then the John Carr and this wing here, the John Carr had most of the internal decoration, and again that's preserved. In terms of the pauper wings, these blue are the single story bits that were added on. So the pauper wings themselves are just the orange. So you've got the large corridor, and then the rooms looking inward towards the courtyard, and then that's that later link building that was added.
Is that helpful, Councillor Lomas? You're content? No further questions? Thank you. Thank you to officers who've fielded all those questions and coming to the point where we begin to move towards a decision, and in order to do so, debate amongst ourselves what we've heard and how we respond to this application. As we've heard more than once, is the application in front of us that we're considering, not one that's changed in some feature or another. This is the application we're considering and need to come to a decision on collectively this evening. Who would like to kick off our conversation? Councillor Fenton?
Thank you, Chair. I was just thinking about design and what appears to be kind of competing viewpoints around a bespoke design that would be more visual interest, and a more generic design that would be less likely to detract from the heritage asset in the form of the John Carr building, and trying to kind of square those two and decide, well, which would be better. I don't have a particular problem with this slightly utilitarian design of what's being proposed. And obviously, we're often told visualizations are just that; they're not an actual representation of what it will look like. And I think I was assured that, you know, I don't feel that the generic design, as it's been referred to, would be a significant detractor. We've had some helpful clarification around public access. It's clearly a complicated situation with different legal agreements, some of which are directly linked to this application, others have been arranged elsewhere. In terms of the harm to the heritage asset, it seems to be largely the pauper wings, which are the clearly grade 2 listed buildings that would be demolished, although there does seem to be an acknowledgement even from the conservation architect that he considers on balance those are the most appropriate location to accommodate new development, to enable buildings of the highest historic significance to be restored and brought back into use. So that's my overriding feeling, is this the right scheme to enable those historic buildings to be brought back into use? Obviously there are differing opinions. I'm satisfied that what is proposed does represent an appropriate means of bringing those buildings back into use, but more importantly, creating new housing. I think my interpretation of what the applicant was, I think, trying to say was that there are no extra care accommodation that would be, the tenure type would be the same as this in terms of it being for sale, for leasehold sale rather than for rent. I've no idea whether that's the case or not, and it potentially would have been helpful to have someone from housing either here or referenced in the report, a statement from housing. But I think the need for this accommodation is unarguable. Yeah, so I think on the basis of what I've heard and read in the report, I think on balance I would be inclined to support the officer recommendation, and so would, that's where I'm.
Thank you for
at the moment.
Thank you for that contribution, Councillor Fenton. Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. Do I want to see Bootham Park redeveloped? Absolutely. Do I want to see the Grade 1 listed building fall into disrepair? No, I don't. But I think, as Speaker 2 really appropriately put, on this planning committee, we are the custodians of the heritage of this city. That's one of our roles. That building, the John Carr building, is a jewel in the crown of York. And we have a conservation architect who essentially has one job. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to dispute the fact that he's got many roles, but he's got one job, and that is, on behalf of the council, to make an assessment as to whether a development is going to negatively impact on the heritage of this city. And his view is, yes, it does, and that harm is significant. Councillor Fenton and I may disagree on utilitarian design. I'm on record on many occasions in this committee as saying I dislike the box. I described it as, on more than an occasion, as Lego brick type of design. But I'm guided on this occasion by the conservation architect. I understand why the planners and the officers have come to the conclusion that they have. There is a need in York, and this will meet that need. However, it cannot be at the expense of something that in 10, 15, 20 years' time, that when we walk down Bootham or when we walk up that landscaped area, we say, I was proud to have approved that, because I wouldn't be proud to have approved it. And that's why I'm afraid I can't support the application in the design that it has. If they come up with a different design, as we have done on other occasions in this committee, other designs that have been more appropriate, more within their context, that may be a different matter.
Councillor Kilbane, then Councillor Lomas, then Councillor Luca.
Thanks, Chair. Wasn't expected to go next. The whole point of a system of listing buildings is to protect them, and the place where those buildings get protected ultimately is in this committee. So we should not be knocking down listed buildings unless there are exceptional circumstances. And those exceptional circumstances in this case are being put forward as the public good. Most of the public good that's been put forward already exists in terms of access to those areas. Might not be formalised, but it already exists. And as myself and Councillor Luca know only too well, you can cycle through the route with some difficulty, though that doesn't seem to be getting addressed very much by this application. You can access those fields. You can play sports openly on those fields without having to book it through Bootham School first. I'm not convinced by the argument that creating private accommodation for private sale is a public good. I understand the reasoning behind it in terms of increasing the overall housing stock. But I'm not convinced entirely by that argument, because of course there is also involved in that a considerable amount of private profit, as indeed it will be a far more attractive proposition to send your kids to the fee-paying Bootham school once there are increased sports facilities that they have control over on a site that is currently openly accessed by the people of York. So we all want to see the site developed, of course, and for that to happen, a developer needs to either find a way of making it work by preserving those grade 2 listed buildings, which it is our duty to protect, or by coming up with far more genuine public good than this proposal entails. So on that note, I will be supporting Councillor Pavlovic's view that we should refuse this application.
Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. While we've been discussing this evening, I've been thinking about why we preserve historic buildings, and we do that to tell a story of our past and how we got to where we are now. And I think that's particularly relevant to York's status as an important place in the development of mental health treatment over the years, and Bootham Park and the retreat both have a very important part to play in that. So it is our job to think about any development in terms of the harm it might cause to the buildings and the things that we are here to protect. And the conservation architect said it is the highest level of harm, obviously, to demolish particularly the pauper wings, but also the development around the chapel harms the chapel. The demolition of the pauper wings, we now, following the contributions from the developer, are purely so that they can put more units and make more profit out of the development. It would be possible, they eventually admitted, to have a scheme which preserved the pauper wings, those grade 2 listed buildings, but they wouldn't make as much money out of it because there would be fewer units to sell. And I think we have to be really clear that what is in the balance here is the preservation of a building of historical significance that is grade 2 listed versus increased profits for a private developer. We're asked to make a decision about this on the basis of public good, which should outweigh that highest level of harm. But the public good, I don't think is clear, and sports pitches for primary use by a private school, secondary use by other people, only when not in use by a private school, access to a cafe that may or may not be open to the public, and as Councillor Kilbane already said, access through a site that already exists for people in the area. I'm not convinced by that argument. I am convinced that this site needs to be in use, but I'm not convinced that this development with destruction of grade 2 listed buildings is the way that we put this site back into use. And I can't support approval of this on those grounds.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Looker, I did say I'd come to you next.
I am exceedingly loath to disagree with my colleagues, but on this one I do. I have spent a long time over the years trying to balance the preserving York's heritage and its listed buildings, but also making them fit for purpose for modern use. And sometimes it's a very narrow rope you are walking along. But I do, at the end, think that by and large, what I want to see is the site I want to see the site back in use. I think the preservation and I think the use of the John Carr building does seem to me to be clearly, and that's the iconic bit that people look at as they go past the frontage, because they are a long way away from it on Bootham. You've got an awful lot of grass to cover before you spot the building. And I think it is that iconic building. And I think the contents and the architecture, and as people have mentioned, various aspects of that building are well worth preserving. And I think by and large, it seemed to me, looking at the plans, looking at the presentation, that core is being retained. On the rest, I am slightly more ambivalent. What I want to see are apartments that are fit for people to use in what is, I'm afraid, the 21st century. I used to represent clients now and again at Bootham Park Hospital when it was a fully functioning mental health hospital. I was a solicitor who represented clients who wanted to get out of there, and I visited several, and it was a bit grim as a hospital. It was not fit for purpose, and although the closure was rather sudden and abrupt, I have to say it was required. It was a very difficult place to go and have a private conversation with a client. Some of the spaces that they were using were very, very small. And I think they would be probably very difficult to repurpose without, in a sense, carving the whole thing out and just leaving a shell round the edge. So I think on balance, my vote is going to be in support of this. And yes, it is not ideal, but at the moment, the use of those playing fields is very, very ambiguous. As I say, it is used by dog walkers in a very informal way, in spite of the prohibition that says you must not walk your dog on this site for fear of death. But people do. And I think in some ways creating, it's not perfect, but creating a space that people can arrange to use properly, legitimately, is a real benefit. So I'm afraid, my colleagues, I'm going to vote in favour of the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Doughty, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Craghill.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quite brief because I think Councillor Lucker's just expressed my view, actually pretty much to the point. It was disgraceful, the circumstances around the hospital closure. That's history now. It is slightly ironic that it was closed by the CQC for being unfit for purpose. When we find now that you know, where there's a will, there's a way in terms of changes that might be needed to bring a facility into use again in this term is extra care accommodation. In terms of what I initially anticipated might come forward, you know, I couldn't see beyond it being either luxury apartments for, let's face it, the rich, or luxurious hotel accommodation with apartments in the grounds. So this, for me, is probably the best we're going to get in terms of, and I think the officers have used the words here, reuse of the site will require a significant amount of intervention to be viable. And I think that's where we are. And you know, it is a large and complex site. And I think this application probably makes the best of what we're going to expect. So I'll support the application.
Thank you, Councillor Doughty. Councillor Craghill, I said I'd come to you next. I know that Councillor Daubney, you'd want to say something, and then Councillor Fisher. Councillor Craghill.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think we're going to have a bit of an agreement there, really, in the end. I do have, it is a very difficult balance that we're being asked to look at, and
I do have some significant reservations about the loss of the trees, about the design of the new build. I think certainly from externally in terms of its appearance and how it fits with the John Carr building and around the chapel. You know, I think it could be better, as I've already touched on. But I do think there are a lot of positives as well about the proposal. I do think there is a real housing need in York for this type of accommodation. Of course, I would tend to agree that there are, you know, affordability issues, but 2/3 of homeowners, sorry, 2/3 of households in York are home occupiers, are owner occupiers. And so that demographic is moving through the system, and there is pretty close to zero provision for that demographic at the moment. And as the applicant said, it is true that they will, by moving out, provide family homes. So, you know, that may not be ideal in every aspect, but I think it does meet a housing need. And if you look at pages 28, 27, 28 and 29, although it doesn't jump out very clearly, that does actually talk quite a bit about the housing need and the specialist accommodation need. And it also talks about how this application will provide to quite an extent accessible and adaptable accommodation, which is in very high demand and very well received, as we've provided at Lowfield. We know from that experience that sort of accommodation is very much welcomed. There is the community benefit, there is the open space access. So I think, you know, on that very difficult balance, which I've really just come to, I will probably be looking at supporting it. There's 2 or 3 things I wanted to ask about conditions. There's a construction environment management plan is in the conditions, but can we make quite specific in that something about contractor parking and deliveries, and something about protecting the interests of the residents of Union Terrace? Is there something we can, they're probably the only residents who are going to be potentially directly impacted by the construction phase. Is that possible? Something along those lines, anyway.
The hours of construction and deliveries are contained within that document referred to already. The parking is pretty much controlled on Union Terrace already, isn't it? So I'm not
I
sure what we
suppose
could
there's the
do.
route on the
There's
way in, perhaps, yeah. Well,
It's sort of generally res park already, as far as I'm aware. So I'm not sure they'd be able to park there anyway, I don't think.
we can bear that in mind, because we always find contractor parking can be an issue. And can we, a number of people have mentioned the use of the cafe. Can we actually condition community public access to the cafe?
Yeah, if members feel it needs to be added, that's fine. I don't think for the applicant, I don't believe would have any issue with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daubney, then Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd like to start off by saying that the committee had a virtual site visit the other day to this very historic and very splendid building. But I was struck as Jonathan took us around the building that the designers had clearly wanted to set a public example of what was their provision in their time for public health, of the mental health nature. And the corridors are very splendid, but the rooms behind them are often very shallow. So I can understand the difficulties the architect was faced with when he decided to draw up a scheme to repurpose the building. Now, repurposing any historic building, and we're sitting in one right now, without taking too much away, it's always very difficult. And I have to accept that there are parts which I think we'd all like to see retained, but perhaps that's not going to be possible to come up with a viable scheme, because we can talk about making more money, or we can simply talk about reaching a balance that makes it possible for it to come forward and come into the housing stock. So on balance, I think that the scheme is going to provide what's required. That is, that we add to the housing stock for the aging demographic that the UK has, and the city, of course, particularly has a need to provide for older people. And I appreciate that this isn't of a type which we have very much of in the city, if anything at all. So on balance, I am going to support the scheme, but I do have reservations about the need to demolish grade 2 listed structures. Of course, we all do. So, Chair, I'm prepared to second the proposal the officer has made. Thank you.
I'm going to give Councillor Fisher the opportunity of.
Thank you, Chair. I came to this meeting very conflicted about this application. It's been an absolute knife edge balance for me as to which way I vote. My main concern was the bulk of the buildings around the chapel, as I already said. I feel there should have been 2-storey, and also we haven't mentioned them much, but the ones on the site of the estate cottage, which I also would have much preferred to be 2-storey. I think they're a little overwhelming. I'm also obviously sad that the pauper wings have to go, but I don't think on a national scale they're of exceptional value as pauper wings, and they appear totally unsuitable for conversion. That was made clear at the site visit. The point about this is that the main parts of this site, the grade 1 listed parts, are fully protected and they are brought back into use. Now, I have a long history with this site. I used to visit a friend there in the 1980s. Now I thought, what a glorious building this is. What an example of wonderful architecture the John Carr building is. I went around to visit somebody else in 2012 when somebody was in there for a short while. And I was rather shocked by the dilapidation that had taken place since then. It wasn't in maintained condition at all. And it's not going to get any better the longer it's left. It's been occupied now for over 7 years. And again, I feel that, you know, we are coming to the point where if we don't act soon and bring this back into use and get it updated, we could suffer harm to that building, which is the core building of the whole complex. As far as architecture is concerned, it's very subjective. I don't think the current architecture is particularly exceptional, but it's not really going to detract from the grade 1 building. I think it's acceptable. And there is some public benefit. I mean, I will say, since I came to live in Clifton in 1979, that track through there has always been permissive and has been shut from time to time in the early 80s, because I used to cycle from Clifton to Huntington School through there, and it was shut sometimes. And that was purely to establish it was a permissive path. So I don't think it's ever been adopted and made into an actual permanent path. On balance, I'm going to support it. As I say, I have reservations about it, but I think the ultimate importance is to get the grade 1 listed building occupied, maintained and restored to use. And that is why I'm voting for it.
I think all those members who wanted to speak have done so. We will move to the vote in just a moment. The one comment I would make, like many, I'm conflicted, have been through the whole process. I'm not convinced this is the best possible scheme that could have come forward. Things are always going to be subjective, but we have to make a decision on the application which is in front of us. And one of the things that I found myself particularly disappointed with, and so I would just draw attention to it at this point, was when Councillor Lomas asked the question about how will it tell the story. And I think that I would be sad if there were not some further effort put into how the story of this site and the story of the part it has played, not only in mental health here in York, but mental health in the UK. It doesn't need a museum to do that. There are all sorts of ways in which that history can be recognised and celebrated. And I don't know whether that's something that we can condition, whether there's some way of finding words for that. But I think the applicant is hearing what is being said. And I think it's an area where I really would hope that if this application is successful, that that's something that can be looked at very much more carefully, because it is a very special history. and the building tells that story. I don't know if there's any way that we can.
Sorry. We were just discussing that. You could probably do something under the list of building consent, not the full, but the list of building consent requires recording and all the other bits and pieces. You could do something, but we'll need to go away and think about what exactly that is, and maybe
wording to be agreed with chair and vice chair.
Please.
Okay.
That's for a list of building.
I imagine that would gain general consent around the table.
Yes, I do agree. I mean, I think it is absolutely essential. And all you need is perhaps an information sheet or something. You know, it's very easy to just have something available on hand for people to pick up, to have a look at.
I would hope for more than that, but
I think you could do something.
Councillor Crackhill?
Yes, just for the applicants to hear. I don't know how you could incorporate or not, but it occurred to me that a place where you might do that would be the cafe, which is accessible will be used both by the residents and by the public. And cafes often have things on the walls. So just a thought.
Okay, with that, I think we're probably at a point where we can move to vote. I assume, Councillor Fenton, that as you began our debate, you will be in accord with recording regarding 4A here. Let's be specific. And before asking you to formally propose, assuming you're still willing to do that, Councillor Daubney indicated he would second it. We would need to be completely clear what it is we will be agreeing to, given we've had conversations around various conditions and touched on one or two other things. So would you, in order that we can move towards a vote, and in order that that can be proposed and seconded, just sum up where we are.
It's recommended for approval in line with the officer's report and the additional conditions. On your additional information, it says items A and B. These are with regard to A, that needs clarifying. It's with regard to the full permission that the conditions on your additional information relate to that we're requesting you add. We've had a condition proposed with regard to the cafe use being publicly available. We can condition that if you would like that to be, but I know that it was proposed, but I didn't get any further. But what we could do is the cafe hereby approved shall have a public access at all times and should be retained as such for the lifetime of the cafe use, because you need to, what I'm getting is you want it retained as well, because that's imperative as part of it. So that's what I'd quickly scribbled down while you were talking. Okay, hang on, Sandra's looking at me.
Introduce yourself, Sandra, if you will.
Thank you, Chair. Sandra Brannigan, I'm a senior solicitor. Becky, I was just wondering whether the condition would need to say something more along the lines of public access at all times. Do you mean during hours of opening of the cafe? Sorry, just haven't got it. That.
Sorry, I hadn't got the specifics. That was a general overview of what it was trying to cover.
Yes.
But then we'll agree the wording.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And we also touched on the telling the story.
Listed building, your next one.
So, Councillor Fenton.
You're happy to propose on the basis of the existing and added conditions. Also note the new condition 21 on the additional information that relates to cycle route design. So I would ask that in the course of that condition being discharged, that the comments of the cycle campaign, which Councillor Kilbane referred to, are also addressed, taken into account, and particularly the recommendation on width of cycle track, that be included in the discussions on the discharge of that condition.
I can't promise that it'd be 3 meters.
I'm not asking you to. I'm just where it says details of the final design shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority.
It's likely to be. Oh, Helen's looking at me now. the issue that you've got is it's 2 meters one way and 2 meters the other. We can't really change that now. This is just the specifics. So I definitely can't tell you that it can be 3 meters.
Okay, but can it, I accept that, but can the issue raised of the cycle track having right of way over the road, is that something that can be considered as part of the final design? I took Helen's answer as meaning that yes, it could be considered.
It could be considered, but we have to consider the design, because obviously the cyclists are rejoining the main road there, aren't they? And we've been told that that might be a barrier, which we would have to confirm with the applicant, obviously, in terms of design. So I just don't want to promise something that actually we do a road safety audit, we think that's not going to work.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the condition covers us looking into it and trying to do as best as we can.
Okay. Thank you. Happy.
Appreciate your efforts, Councillor Fenton. I think you have therefore made a proposal that we, the committee, accept this application. And Councillor Daubney, you've already indicated your willingness to second that. You're still willing to second it. Therefore, we will vote. I ask members to indicate if they would approve this application. Thank you. And those who wish to indicate otherwise? Against. That doesn't leave scope for any abstentions. Okay, thank you. Clearly, that is carried. The application has been approved. Yes. I just want to take a breath. Right, so moving on to 4B. We do need to take a separate vote on 4B. I know that the applicant ready to speak at this point. I'm sure you are happy to waive that. Okay.
That also needs the additional condition that you requested. I haven't got that off the top of my head, but can I ask that you?
We'd have something along the lines of that it's in a publicly accessible area and that it involves interpretation of the history of the site, essentially. And we would agree, certainly speak to the applicant as to how that could be delivered, certainly details to be agreed.
We'd ask for some kind of scheme, but it will tie it to the listed building. But if we can ask that it's delegated to yourselves.
Yeah, that's fine. So again, are we at a point where we can just vote on that? I think we are. Would members who wish to approve, please indicate. Bear with me. As it is a separate vote, we do need it. Yeah, proposed and seconded. Proposed, seconded. Now we can vote. Thank you. And those who wish to vote against. Thank you. We're there. Yes, I think we're ready for a short break. 5 minutes, please, and we'll reconvene at 7:05. I think we're all back in the room. Shall we make a start? Thank you very much. And so we come to item 4C on our agenda. This is Geoff Neal Roofing Factory, Sutton Road, Wickington, an outline application for erection of business incubator units, warehousing, regional training facility, and so forth. Yes.
Could we perhaps ask everyone to not talk in the background, because it's really difficult to hear in this room sometimes.
I think we've just done that. Thank you. Okay. Becky, will you introduce this for us?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to move this so I can turn around.
Yeah.
So it's an outline application for the erection of business incubator units, warehousing and a regional training facility for roofing, biomass and stoves in association with the change of use to Class E with all matters reserved. Members saw the site on Tuesday at the virtual visits. You can see the site entrance on the first photo and the location of the proposal on the second. View towards the front of the development site on the first one again, and the reclaimed storage section that you can see there. More photos of the existing site. So this is the existing site plan that you can see outlined in red with the existing buildings on there. And this is the proposed site plan, which is indicative because, as I've said, it's all matters reserved. And again, proposed training facilities. I will leave it on that one for you for the time being. We have no further additional information on this one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have just one registered speaker, that is Geoffrey Neal. So, Mr. Neal, if you'd like to come to the microphone, make sure it's still on, that the green light is there on the microphone button. And you have the opportunity to
thank you.
Address the committee.
I strongly believe that the proposed development is a legitimate exception to the current green belt principles. The economic and educational benefits, including the inward investment this would attract, constitute very special circumstances, which I would ask members to carefully consider when making their decision today. The key issue we would like to address is the criteria for special circumstances. The fundamental aim of the proposal is to provide opportunities for training young people in specialist roofing and renewable energy trades. There are limited opportunities for young people to develop experience in this manner in the north of England. The development represents an opportunity for York to provide a centre of regional excellence for training of specialist roofing skills and the growing requirement for renewable energy training. There is much focus in the York local plan on driving university and research-led business growth, which is a very good ambition. However, we also need to ensure there are opportunities for people who want to pursue a trade-based occupation. One of the aims of the local plan is to take practical steps to develop and retain talent in the city and protect and enhance our natural and built environment. The training facility for craft-based roofing trades is an opportunity to deliver on both ambitions. It will become a beacon for specialist training and help to ensure there are opportunities for all members of society. I would also like to stress the unanimous support of the parish council and the immediate neighbour. Training the workforce with suitable skills to maintain and improve the built environment is of paramount importance. With 45,000 job vacancies within the construction sector alone, it is vital that we offer the chance for some of the 1.25 million unemployed people in the UK to acquire skills to obtain work. We have the drive and ambition to help should our application be approved. Our proposals are a good fit with the industrial and commercial buildings in the area. None of these businesses are agricultural in nature, but established commercial enterprises of an industrial nature. These are the Reliance Motor Bus Services Depot, John Waggett, who builds and stores custom vehicles, Plowman Brothers Metal Engineers and Trailer Manufacturers, and Nigel Jagger Waste Transfer and Aggregate Recycling Station. The officer report highlights the key features of the scheme, which they conclude illustrate good design, including office facilities to meet the applicant's needs and contribute to the health and well-being of users of the building, including a variety of workspaces and social space. The existing site is well screened by mature trees and hedges that we have planted over a number of years to improve biodiversity. We see this development as an opportunity to further enhance the biodiversity of the site and have worked with an award-winning landscape designer and architect to enhance the site through a sensitive landscaping scheme. We hope councillors will vote in support with the parish council to deliver this regional training facility and ensure young people in the region have a place to develop their skills.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Fenton.
Just a question about the nature of the training that would be provided here. Obviously, York has a construction school at York College. I just wondered if you could explain how the offer that would be provided here differs from or adds to what is already available at York College and elsewhere.
Yeah, York College has a construction school, but it's limited skills that it covers. It doesn't actually cover the skill sets that we require and the people that we work with require. For instance, the last time we needed to upskill some of our own operatives, we had to send them to Manchester, which is very expensive and not good for the environment either.
Councillor Craghill.
Thank you. I mean, it seems to me that what you're aiming to do is obviously pretty laudable, positive objective. I suppose the question in the context of Greenbelt policy, which is why you've got a recommendation for refusal, is could you do it somewhere else? Why does it need to be here?
All our companies that we operate are based on that one site, and there would be a symbiosis with those to have the training centre there as well. So we envisage that the people involved in the training would skip over from one side to the other fairly easily and then continue with their own work.
I guess a corollary of that would be to ask the question, if that training site was elsewhere, what would the difficulty be?
For apprentices, the nearest training centre, which is very good, and it's an award-winning centre, is at Leeds College of Building. But it's not just apprentices that we're looking at, it's upskilling from other trades. So you have somebody who's 25 years old, for instance, who wants to switch from being a trade labourer, we can provide training for them to upskill to another trade.
I think what I meant by the question was, clearly I can see why you would want to say all of the operations are in that area.
Yeah.
So to have the training facility sort of cheek by jowl.
Yes.
What particular disadvantage would there be if, say, the training centre was a mile or two away?
It would be more disruptive for us. We would like to keep everything together on one site, so it can cooperate with the family of businesses that we already have operating from the same site.
Okay. Are there any other questions around the table? Councillor Kilbane.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Geoff. I mean, obviously we can't approve this application unless you demonstrate very special circumstances.
Yes.
Can I just be clear? You're saying that the very special circumstances are the economic benefits. That's what you're saying?
To everybody, yes. So I've been involved in training for probably 40 years and on both the regional and national level. And it just seems to me that one of the downsides for training is that it's just not localized, and we want to do something locally around here. We've got various people on board. We've got Velux Roof Lights, we've got the National Federation of Roofing Contractors, we've got the Construction Industry Training Board, who all support us.
Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you. Can I just expand a little bit on the training offer?
Yeah.
You talk about biomass, renewables.
Yes.
Are you talking about developing skills in, say, retrofitting buildings, for example?
Yes. So it would be the full gamut. It would be solar thermal, as well as solar PV. There's a big move now towards battery storage. There's no training available in the region for that at all.
That's really helpful. And can I just ask one further question, completely separate?
Yeah.
You say that you've been involved in training for 40 years. Has that been on this site?
No.
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 You weren't around in 1992, were you?
Yes, I was.
I'm just going on the site history. There was an application that was approved to change the use of agricultural land to car parking.
Yes, but when you say I wasn't around on that site in 1992.
Oh, right. Okay.
That was the previous.
I'll ask the officers.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Is that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm comfortable to ask the officers. Yeah.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So do you want to put that question?
If that's okay, Chair. So the general extent of the green belt, you're going to have to remind me, although I may have read it on a million different pieces of paper. When was that defined? Because this will have been green belt presumably in 1992 as well.
Start again.
Sharon Jackson, Development Management Officer and Case Officer. In 1992, we would have considered national planning policy, but also the draft local plan 2005 policy, which does illustrate the site as being within the green belt.
So it's only from 2005. So in 1992, when this was approved, this land wasn't anything that would have been defined as green belt.
Yes, it will have been green belt.
Yes,
Yeah,
it was within the structure plans. It has been defined as green belt, and then it has also been identified within the draft local plan. It was adopted in 2005 for development management.
So just to clarify, probably with Becky,
Yes.
it was granted approval, notwithstanding that.
There was a very different set of hurdles to jump in 1992 compared to what we have now.
Right.
There's a different MPPF. So your MPPF was completely different in terms of what it is now. Well, it wasn't even an MPPF, it was PPG some two. That's looking that from somewhere. So yes, it will have been green belt, but there might have been very special circumstances. I don't even imagine that we've got a paper copy of a 92 application anymore, but yes.
No.
Thank you. Can I just bear with me a moment? I'm just checking you can hear at the back okay? Yeah. You could. All right. Just the point was made earlier, but not always easy to hear what's being said here. So just if you can be sure, particularly speak towards the microphone.
And my final question, hopefully, is the special circumstances are around the training and economic benefits to the people of York by allowing this training scheme to take place. What have economic development said about this?
We didn't consult them, but if you look at, I'm going to point it out to you. I can try. So this, sorry, thank you. So this section here, this element here, and this is indicative, that's the only element of it that is for the training centre. These bits here are for the rest of the development, which is the incubator units and the other bits and pieces that are shown in your plan. So there is a smaller proportion for the training right at the top of the site. Again, indicative. We didn't consult our colleagues in economic development because the site isn't allocated within the green belt. Sorry, it isn't allocated as an employment use. And the small scale of the site, we will take that away and make sure we do it in future, given your comments.
Please do. Councillor Fisher.
Can I clarify something on what Councillor Pavlovich brought up? The development plan that was in progress then was the Southern Rydale draft local plan of 1994, and that did allocate this site within the green belt. At that time, I was on the planning committee that actually approved that, and it was recommended by officers for refusal at the time, and it was overruled by members.
Councillor Lomas, I didn't quite catch what you said there.
Yeah. Did you say 94? Because that's after 92.
Yeah, the draft local plan was in development at that time, so that was the only document that was relevant to it, and it was considered by officers to fall within the green belt, which was being proposed in that local plan.
Okay. Further questions to officers? Councillor Wardby.
Sorry, just for my clarification and understanding, I just want to make sure, are the very special circumstances strong enough to actually develop on green belt land?
There are, we take it on a case by case basis in terms of greenbelt. It's a balance again in terms of the greenbelt harms, impact on openness, everything that goes with it. So they can be, it just depends what it is. So say for example, trying to think of one, the housing allocated site at Cottonthorpe that is allocated in the local plan, but we're not there yet. So it's greenbelt now. We came to this committee, members considered that there were very special circumstances to outweigh the harm. So yes, you can get them. In this case, given the fact that it's not allocated for employment, we have through the local plan process looked at it and looked at all the relevant sites and made a decision on that basis. That's why you've got your recommendation.
No more questions. Thank you very much. So we move on. Who would like to help us to do that? Well, Councillor Craggle, you go first.
It was a question really, just to
That's
clarify
fine.
for my own, perhaps not quite even detail. Can you just clarify, are all the structures that are proposed, are they single story?
We don't have that yet because it's indicative.
Oh,
We
because
only
it's
have it's wholly in outline.
This is all matters
So
reserved.
it's all matters reserved.
Oh, of
The
course, yeah.
indication is from, I can't even tell you, I can't promise you because it's all outlined. We've only got an indicative of where it could be in the scale and how big it could be.
Right, okay. Thanks.
So, Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the exceptions that would have to be sort of present to override the green belt protection. So, you know, could this be considered to be infilling? I don't think so. Could it be considered to be previously developed land? Again, I don't think so. And from the site visit, it was clear that this was certainly undeveloped land. I think in a lot of emphasis has been put on the potential economic benefit of offering sort of training in a bespoke skill, and I don't underestimate that. But as Becky's pointed out, the training element of the scheme is in a relatively small part of it. The other business units appear not to be connected to the provision of training, which the applicant has put a lot of store by. So I'm struggling to see the very special circumstances that would outweigh the harm done by the loss of openness. And the clincher really for me is the relatively small scale of the training element, which I don't dispute that it would be hugely beneficial and certainly better than sending trainees to Manchester. But on the basis of what I've seen and heard, I couldn't support the application.
Councillor Looker.
I would certainly support the scheme. I think the green belt is, as I keep saying, I mean, and okay, we have to live with it, but it's far too tight a band round the city. I think it's just the sort of economic development that this city needs. The training facility, okay, it may be small, but people often want to have very local training. Young people don't always want to go to far off sites or far off places. Some don't even want to go to York College. They would prefer a local training facility. And as Councillor Pavlovich asked, it's looking at skills that we desperately need to make roofing and housing more perhaps green, shall I say? But actually, I think the starter units are equally valid. One of the problems York has is providing space for people who want to get their business up and running and starting. And these sorts of units are just the sort of place where you might need to see a business find its feet, a bit like Spark does, I could say. It allows people to find their feet, test the economic climate without having to take on too much expense and too much commitment. So I think it would be hugely beneficial to the city. And for me, that outweighs what I think is probably very marginal as impact on the green belt. It's a narrow site. It's heavens above. It's not overrun with things, but the buildings that are in Sutton Road are by and large commercial. They're a bit scattered, but they're by and large commercial. So I think it would be a benefit, and I shall vote in favour of it.
Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. I'm guided on this by the fact that Wickington Parish Council actually support this. And were Wigginton Parish Council to have such significant concerns about the impact on the green belt, you can bet your bottom dollar they would have made that point. But to reinforce, I think, what Councillor Looker has said, is this city is desperate for construction skills. We have an acknowledged massive deficit in skilled people working in those fields, and particularly in those areas that are going to be all the more important in the coming years. Retrofit, biomass, solar, renewables of all descriptions, and the opportunity to be able to train people effectively in a site that's local is something that I really think economically is something that we ought to be embracing. So I will concur with Councillor Looker, although I suspect the proposal will be for refusal. I will be voting against the recommendation to refuse.
Councillor Fisher, then Councillor Lomas.
I think we've just been through 5 years of preparing a local plan. The local plan has been tortuous, but we've now got to a stage where the planning inspector has pronounced his views on it and made amendments he wished to make, or they wish to make, so 2 of them. This site was not included for industrial use. Now, my view as to whether it would be very special circumstances, notwithstanding the fact that we need these skills, I would be more inclined if there was no land allocated for industrial use that was suitable. I appreciate the idea you want it on site, but there is industrial land allocated around the area, and I believe that is where this should go. And I don't think that the fact there is industrial land available overrides the Greenbelt policy. If I was going to make an exception for Greenbelt policy, I'd have been more inclined to do it for pavers, but I didn't. And I therefore cannot support this application.
Thank you, Councillor Fisher. Councillor Lomas, then Councillor Craighill.
Thank you, Chair. I find myself struggling slightly with this because it is an outline application. So, you know, my lay person's interpretation of that is we are being asked to decide on the concept of development here, not anything that has been drawn in any of the pictures specifically. And that the reason why I am concerned about that is because it means that the detail may be radically different when it comes later, but we will be hampered by having already granted outline permission, in the same way we have found ourselves in this committee when looking at some of the applications coming forward for developments like York Central, where the outline permission hampers us from being able to make sensible decisions about what is later put in front of us. So I do struggle with it slightly on that basis. I have a lot of sympathy with the aims that are trying to be met here, but I didn't hear a convincing argument for why it had to be here on this site, in this place, in the green belt, as opposed to another site. And I also have a concern that because of its location, it would be, although very laudable to develop those skills that we need for our future in terms of moving to renewable forms of energy, everybody would be driving there because of its location. So I find too many contradictions, and so I would be minded to go with the officer's recommendation for refusal on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Lomas. Councillor Craghill.
Yeah, I mean, I think it may have been better if it had been a full application rather than outline. I see those points. But I do agree with Councillor Looker and Councillor Pavlovic that these are the sort of skills that we do desperately need, and we need to kind of build up that critical mass for developing these skills in York for new build and for retrofit particularly, and that it is quite difficult to get that critical mass, to get construction workers, existing construction workers and companies to decide to take the time out to go and develop those skills, because they're so busy they actually don't have to, but they will increasingly need to. And I do see that the incubator units and the training facility could, probably do go together quite a lot. We should have asked the applicant, but we didn't ask that. But I expect, that could be part of helping to build up that critical mass that we need with all of these skills. So for those reasons, for the urgency of why we need to do this, and there seems to be that sort of potential here where there are companies and national bodies and various people willing to buy into this. I do think there are special circumstances, so I would support it on that basis.
Thank you. Any other members? Councillor Kilbane.
No, thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, clearly we can't approve this application unless the very special circumstances are met. The very special circumstances that have been put forward are economic. I don't think, unlike the pavers case, I don't think the economic arguments have been made sufficiently in this case, so I will not be approving this application.
Okay. Don't see any other contributions. Councillor Warby.
Yeah, I don't think the very special circumstances are enough. So I'd like to propose that we go with the officer's recommendation for refusal.
I think we've probably reached that point where it's fine. You're absolutely right. That's absolutely fine. Having made that proposal, is it seconded? I think Councillor Fenton's hand was slightly ahead of yours, Councillor Daubney, but so we'll say Councillor Fenton. I don't think we need to rehearse that. We've not changed anything, or we have the officer's recommendation for refusal. It is in any case the procedure that we would normally consider that before moving on to any other vote. It has been proposed and seconded. Therefore, I would ask members to indicate whether they would support that proposal that we go with the officer's recommendation in refusing this application. Please indicate. Thank you. And those against? Thank you. So that application is refused, but at the same time, I think you've heard a lot of positive, enthusiastic comments and recognition of, and I hope that we'll see something positive come out of this in some way in the future. Thank you very, very much. Councillor Craghill.
Yeah, I just wondered if we could emphasise, maybe this has been done already, that we minute the request that in future, something like this, we should have had a contribution from the economic growth team, really.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, do we need another break? Or do we move straight on? Okay.
Right, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. As you heard at the beginning of the meeting, Councillor Culwick has a conflict and therefore as Vice Chair, I've stepped into the chair, but which means that we formally need a Vice Chair to be selected for this meeting. Councillor Wardby.
I'd like to suggest Councillor Fenton, please.
I'll happily second that.
Seconded. All those in favour? Yeah, that's great. Councillor Fenton, you are now second in command. Great, so we come to the final agenda item tonight, which is agenda item 4D, which is Peppermill Court, the erection of a 3-storey student accommodation with associated landscape. And I will now hand over to Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair. Jonathan Kenyon, Development Management. I'm the case officer. Just run you through the presentation. There's no committee update. So the scheme is student accommodation, 210 rooms overall. As we saw on the site visits earlier in the week, the former building on the site has now been demolished. This is a site plan, not particularly clear. This shows the proposed scheme. So the site is here. This is the arrangement of buildings that are proposed. The site includes Ramsay Court along here, and there are some public realm improvements proposed. It also extends the car parking area to the east because there are some disabled parking spaces proposed in that car park. Surrounding land uses to the east is a Grade 2 listed building that accommodates student accommodation run by St John already. To the south is St John University accommodation also. It's a 3-storey building. To the west, streets of terraced houses. To the north is residential. It's 3-storey and their gardens are on the south side. This is a piece of land in between. That's not part of the application site that contains some trees. These show you the proposed buildings. Typically the buildings are 3-storey. If I go back a slide, so this block here is sheer 3-storey, as is this one. These ones on the south side and on the north side, they are the ones that are the lower buildings with the mansard roof type feature, as you can see here. This one shows ground floor layouts. So this is the main entrance and communal area. Otherwise, these are student rooms off a central corridor. This peachy colour is the living areas and kitchens for the clusters. This shows you the landscaping that's proposed along Ramsay Close, and the landscaping on the south side of the site. Upper floors. This note here. So this is one of the communal areas. That text is essentially saying that's an obscure glazed window in that communal area, and that was in response to feedback from the residents about overlooking from communal areas, looking back towards the residential. Otherwise, the kitchen areas, lounge areas, generally inward facing into the site. It's the upper floors, roof with PV panels. That's all.
Great, thank you. We have how many? We have 3 speakers. Our first speaker is Councillor Melly, who's speaking in objection.
Thank you, Claire. Before I start, do you mind if I just make a quick clarification just for transparency? Because in the running order, I'm listed as a councillor objection, but just I want the committee to be aware that I do also live in the neighbourhood. I just don't want full transparency on that.
That's
not in the immediate vicinity of the application site, but nearby.
Start whenever you like.
Thank you. I'm speaking in objection to this application. I would like to support student housing on this site. It's a sustainable location close to the university campus and to other accommodation managed by the university. And the applicant is the university themselves, not a private developer for profit. But the scheme needs to be well designed and well planned. And in my opinion, the impact of this development on neighbouring residents makes this unacceptable development. Residents feel that this proposed development is overdevelopment, overbearing, and will cause unacceptable levels of overlooking for existing residents on Maplehurst Avenue. It will also cause parking problems and noise problems in the residential area. This development not only introduces over 200 new student residents plus staff working on the site with their associated cars, it also removes existing parking space on Ramsay Close with no plan of where this parking will be displaced to. There is no spare parking capacity in the neighbourhood. People already park obstructing driveways and tactile paving drop curbs. Improvements to the public realm to improve the local environment for students is welcome, but the specifics of this plan just mean that it will be at the expense of parking chaos for other residents who will suffer the knock-on effects of this application. Year round, I think it will exacerbate existing parking problems, the extra cars associated with this development and the displaced cars from current parking. But also when it comes to moving in and moving out, I just foresee absolute chaos of over 200 students moving out all within a space of a week and 200 students moving in at more or less the same time in the space of only 2 days. And that doesn't seem to be accommodated on the site or in any sort of planning. Residents also have concerns about noise and resident amenity, especially at night. I think that the unacceptable noise impact on residents of students returning back to their accommodation after a night out is acknowledged by the university already, as shown by the blue gate, which I think was shown to committee members on the site visits. To protect residents of Eldon Terrace, there is a blue gate which is locked at 11 p.m. to protect those residents from noise. And what that means is that it's the residents of Huntington Mews and Maplehurst Avenue who suffer that noise after 11 p.m. instead. And yeah, those residents just want the same consideration and protect them. This development would mean a 50% increase in the number of students in the neighbourhood. There's currently student accommodation for about 400 students, and then this is a further 200. So a 50% increase is pretty significant. And not only that, but this would move student accommodation much closer to the existing residential area than where it currently is, where it's a bit further down the road. Sorry, I know I'm almost out of time, but I put a photo out on the desks for you, which is a photo taken from the, yes, that's the one. It's taken from the entrance of the site, looking towards the back of the houses on Maplehurst Avenue, just to help you to get an idea of what the distances are, what the screening is like from the trees. You can see that, so the proposed...
Can you think about winding up?
Yes, so roughly where the fence is in that picture is where the 3-storey wall would be, with windows facing towards residents. So you can see there's very good screening at ground floor level, but the first floor rooms and second floor rooms would be looking directly into living rooms and bedrooms of very nearby properties.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Kilbane.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Murray. You say this will cause displaced parking. Where's the parking being displaced from? Where is it currently?
So I brought a laser pointer up, that's okay. So at the moment, if you come off Huntington Road up Ramsay Close and turn left, there's currently parking capacity for about 6 or 7 cars on Ramsay Close. It's not adopted highway, it is property of the university. Yeah. And there's currently capacity for about 6 or 7 cars there, which is permit holders only. And I've never seen that parking not full. That parking is used. And I did ask the applicant what their plan is for where those people park instead. And their response is basically, well, they won't, that parking will just evaporate. But as you saw on the site visits, that there is very little unrestricted on-street parking. It's almost all driveways around the whole of this residential area. There's some unrestricted parking on the highway on Ramsay Close, which again is always full. There's some parking on, sorry, I can't see this very well, up here on Maplehurst Avenue, space for 2 or 3 cars, that's always full. On the site visit, there was someone up here blocking a driveway, there was someone here parked on double yellow lines. There is nowhere for these cars to be displaced to. There is a problem of people parking very antisocially and impacting residents. And I just think that problem will be made worse because of the lack of planning. And yeah, from this application.
Sorry, can I just, oh, I've left it on. Are you saying that the students will be bringing cars?
I mean, like I said, it is a sustainable location. It is only about a 10-minute walk to campus. It's close to town. There is a plan to limit the number of resident students having cars. I just don't think it will be 100% effective, even if only a very small proportion of students have cars. That is still extra cars. There's also, presumably, I hope it will be a well-managed accommodation, and that means on-site security, cleaners, all sorts of other, people to repair things, all sorts of other staff on site. And also it's the loss of that parking capacity of 6 or 7 cars on Ramsay Close as well, and where that's going to be displaced to.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Lomas and then Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Can you help me understand a bit more about the issue you were mentioning about the trees and the houses in Maplehurst Avenue? Because I think I got a bit lost in that bit.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, it's a bit rushed at the end. So I'm sorry, I can't read this very well, but roughly, I haven't got any papers in front of me. You can see it in the plans and your papers. There's a terrace of houses on Maplehurst Avenue with their back gardens facing south. Then there's a strip of land of trees here, which is not owned by these residents or by the university. It's not in the curtilage of this application. There's very little screening there at the moment, which historically residents have liked because there's fantastic views of the Minster out of their living rooms and bedrooms down here towards the Minster. So there's very, very little screening there. There's about 4 deciduous trees that you can just see straight through. Guildhall Planning Panel and the landscape architect have both submitted comments with concerns about the proximity of this wall and the windows on this wall looking towards these residents because of the lack of screening and because of the potential harm to those trees from a wall being so close to them and their roots, and how it limits the ability to do extra planting here to improve the screening. It's out of the applicant's control. You've got to look at the application as it is, which is there is basically no screening between these residents and these new potential future residents. A very short distance apart, very little screening, and not only that, but this application could do harm to the existing screening.
Can you just clarify? You said views from their living rooms to the Minster, but there seems to be in here there's a hedge.
Oh yeah, I've never actually been in any of these houses, but what residents have told me, their living room is on the 1st floor. The ground floor is garage and kitchen, and then the living room's on the 1st floor with south-facing windows, and then bedrooms on the 2nd floor. So there's quite a few windows looking out south towards the Minster. Basically all the living space is beautiful Minster views.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Fenton next.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of parking questions. To what extent, if at all, are there any res park zones locally in terms of Maplehurst Avenue?
Not that I'm aware of. It's a lot of driveways. There just is very little on-street parking space at all. It's just
so it's
basically
not,
it's a continuous drop curb, just
yeah.
consecutive driveways.
So so when you turn off Huntington Road, none of that is currently res park.
Not
CYC res park.
Yeah, no, not that I'm aware of. Huntington Road tends to be pretty full. As well. A resident about a week and a half ago now came home from work in their car at midnight, couldn't get into their driveway because it was completely obstructed by someone. They didn't know who they were, where they came from, or how to contact them. So drove around the whole neighbourhood trying to find somewhere to park. There was nowhere on Ramsay Close, Maplehurst Avenue, Huntington Mews, Whitehorse Gardens. They went to Huntington Road, there was no space there.
So those are sort of pre-existing.
The pre-existing problems.
Issues.
It just means there's no capacity for this parking to move to. It can't be absorbed, and there's no plan.
So the 6 or 7 spaces on Ramsay Close that would be lost. You mentioned that they were permit parking. What type of permits are they?
I don't know the details. This road is owned and managed, I think, by York St John. And so they manage the parking there.
Okay, so they're not likely to be commuter parking. People parking there walking to town as might happen on Huntington Road.
I think it's people who live and work on site already. I think it's associated with the existing student accommodation. I think they're registered to speak, so you might have to ask them because I'm not completely sure of the details.
Right, are there any other questions for councillor Millie? Nope, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is councillor Fitzpatrick, who's a ward councillor.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You have, as you know, councillor, 3 minutes. I'll give you a shout at 2 minutes 30.
Okay, I'm speaking on behalf of a resident who can't be here this evening and asked for me as ward councillor to speak on his behalf. If I have time at the end, I'll say something else, but this is it. My name is James Sharp. I'm a resident at 5 Huntington Mews. I'm employed as a University of York security officer, where I deal with students, public interaction on a 24-hour basis. My comments are, I'm not against the principle of student accommodation on the site of Peppermill Court. However, I would make the point that it's local residents rather than planners, architects, university authorities who in the long term will actually have to live with the outcome of this decision. It is also in the interest of the university to try and avoid conflict if possible, as has been the case previously, I will add. In view of that, I do not believe that sufficient weight has been given to the unnecessary and considerable loss of amenity that the residents of Maplehurst Avenue and Huntington Mews will suffer. Blocks 1 and 2 are too high and too close. Much has been made of the screening provided by the grand total of 4 deciduous trees. Most of the academic year there will be sparse or no leaf cover. The end result will be the top 2 floors will look right into the garden's first floor living rooms and bedrooms of 12 houses. The planning report makes reference to standard urban and suburban distances. I would respectfully suggest that students study bedrooms directly facing first floor living areas and bedrooms of family houses. It's not a standard arrangement, and the differing lifestyles of the occupants will have far more potential for conflict than you would normally see. To a certain extent, this has already been acknowledged by the agreement to make the window in the first floor kitchen of block 2 frosted and closed. Less welcome has been the renaming of the first floor block 1 social area to quiet study area. This is merely a label. A student social area isn't a quiet study area, as we all know. This is, in my experience, it takes about 30 seconds for students to convert a quiet study area into what even could be a full-on rave. Any potential conflict needs to be designed out rather than just relabeled. A communal space is just not suitable in that location. What makes it all the more perplexing is that I believe any loss of amenity is unnecessary. Following the demolition of Peppermill Court, I was amazed to see that the western boundary of the site consisted of a 3-metre high brick wall and 3 gable ends, none of which had a window overlooking the proposed site. The potential
30 seconds.
The potential for friction here is far less. So why have the plans opted for a courtyard facing west when blocks 1 and 2 could be replaced by a single block running north-south close to the western boundary and 2 courtyards interspaced by 3 gable ends that would face north? I believe this would reduce the potential for conflict at a stroke. And just briefly, the sentence, as a local ward councillor, I very much value working closely with the university, and I would hope that we can come to some kind of arrangement here whereby residents are listened to. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go yet necessarily. Are there any questions for Councillor Fitzpatrick? I've got Councillor Looker and then Councillor Lomas.
What level of opposition locally would you say there was to this scheme at the moment? I'm presuming you've been in very close touch with the residents of the area, because I know you do. Would you say there's quite a lot of opposition to this?
There is a fair amount, I would say, of opposition, particularly in the surrounding area, as Councillor Melly has outlined. Really, it's that end of Huntington Road. It is quite a tight area, and it's very much a residential area, families, etc. The issues, not the question, but added to that, the questions around parking are such that, you know, parking permits, etc., is always on the horizon for all our areas in Guildhall, as it is in all the city centre wards, whether they're there or not at the moment. Really, it's something to bear in mind. That will, I can only imagine, exacerbate the situation further.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, are you aware of any engagement that the university have done with residents in the local area to try and understand the potential impact of this development?
At the initial stages, the approach was not from the university. Councillor Melly organised a meeting of local residents to which the university attended. So they have heard the concerns of residents as expressed by this resident here.
Chair.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzpatrick. On page 179, it says that officer notes all surrounding residential terrace streets to the east and south are subject to the residence parking scheme. Is that actually correct?
Can I refer this to Councillor Melly? Councillor Melly?
Sorry,
it is difficult to hear. I have to say in here.
It says on page 179, officer note all surrounding residential terrace streets, east and south, are subject to the residence parking permit scheme. Is that actually correct or not?
Well, Councillor Franklin will know as much as me.
That is that way and that way.
South.
Just hold fire.
all
We're going to try and
student
get it on the screen.
Yeah, south is all student accommodation.
Right.
So when you come up Ramsay Close and you come up to the roundabout and this development site's in front of you, if you turn right, that's a residential area with about 150 to 200 properties. And if you turn left, that's all student accommodation with about 400 students. I don't really know what the parking arrangements are down there to the south, and to the east is Huntington Road. I don't think I know. It's yeah.
So does that answer your question? Does that answer your question? R25 and R26?
Right, but not, there is no residential parking on the road to the north, which is Mayfirst Avenue.
No.
Chair.
In the immediate area. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Fisher. Can I say on that, I did say beforehand, it's a nightmare for city centre councillors at the moment, because the whole residential parking thing is expanding and is moving quite a lot, you know, into areas of our ward in particular. So it's very hard to be absolutely specific, Councillor Fisher. But as I did say, I think it's certainly something that's going to spread.
Yeah. I'm not sure we can do tag team.
I know, I'm sorry, I just thought, you know, accuracy, I was wondering if I could step back to the last question as well about engagement between the university and residents.
I think that question should have been asked, Councillor.
Okay, well, they'll have a chance to speak and they can talk about that as well.
I have a supplementary though, just on the issue of permits. Would that area that we saw, were that to be made residence parking, would that assist, aid, ameliorate the situation in respect to the parking?
I think it's a mixture of those things that you've said, to be honest. I think it will help some people, but I think it will complicate the situation a lot more, really, in the area. So it's mixed. I mean, Councillor Craghill might agree with me as fellow ward councillor on that. It's a kind of mixed thing on that, I would say.
Okay.
People already park legally.
No, we can't take any further interventions, but thank you for contributing. Are there any additional questions for Councillor Fitzpatrick? No. Thank you very much for your contribution. So we will now go to the Nick Coakley, Director of Estates Management and Development at York St John University, who will also have Philip Holmes of O'Neill Associates, Planning Consultants, and Tom Register, Ridge and Partners Architects, speaking in support of the application. Gentlemen, you will only have one lot of 3 minutes. Start whenever you like.
Thank you. I think this is already on, yeah.
Yeah.
York St John has enjoyed a period of sustained success, and in recent years we've been one of the UK's fastest growing universities, with significant growth in our student numbers and applications. Local planning policy requires that we address the need for additional accommodation resulting from our expansion, and that this provision must be in locations close to our Lord Mayor's Walk campus. Our students are the paramedics, nurses, teachers, scientists, lawyers, artists, designers, and business professionals of the future, vitally important to society, and in many cases already working in desperately needed key roles. We're expanding our programs to encompass midwifery, radiography, and operating department practice, with students who will need to live in York in order to help serve the wider community. We serve a far higher percentage of working class, disabled, and care leavers than most other universities, and we're acutely aware that housing affordability is a critical issue for students. We commit considerable sums of money to subsidising the increasing rents in York, situation worsened by recent purpose-built student accommodation being targeted at the luxury end of the market. Proposals for Peppermill Court will help this situation, with rooms provided at 35 to 40% below private market rates. Without accommodation of this type, the market for students to come to York St John is considerably reduced, as are the benefits to employment and the economy of the city. This scheme, now recommended for approval, has evolved over 18 months following pre-application discussions with council officers and consultation with local residents and students, prompted by the university initially, and followed up with consultation events and face-to-face meetings. It's a high-quality scheme forming an extension to our residences at the Grange that will achieve our sector-leading, award-winning sustainability standards, provide generous bedroom and social spaces, be suitable in use, scale, and appearance, providing appropriate separation to houses and student blocks beyond that agreed with officers, as well as to the Grade 2 listed St Mary's House, and it will deliver a car-free development with removal of on-street parking, with no displacement, and permits available only to authorised users. The design incorporates an extensive landscape scheme with enhanced biodiversity, and Ramsay Close and the setting of St Mary's House will be improved. The layout ensures that communal social space and outside amenity areas are located away from housing to the west and north.
Oh,
The
30 seconds.
Thank you. The development will be owned and operated by the university and will take an active role in its management. We'll have 24/7 presence on site through a security office with student wardens supplementing that, CCTV monitoring, and a large number of noise meters installed on the site. We trust that members will uphold officers' recommendation to approve the application and will be happy to answer any questions on the scheme, particularly in relation to those areas recently mentioned, which we do disagree with.
Lovely, thank you. I've got Councillor Fisher first, then I've got Councillors Daubney and Fenton and Lomas.
Pleasure. Thank you for coming to speak to us. My long experience at university, living in halls of residence, tells me that one of the most disruptive times for residents in the area is moving in and moving out. Have you got a clear plan in place to manage that, to cause the minimum amount of disruption? I was a little surprised. I couldn't find a condition to that effect, but I think it's one that I will certainly be asking to be added if as a formal thing. But have you got a clear management plan for that time?
Yes, we have. I think it's a fair concern, certainly given the way growing universities have managed that poorly in the past, over very intense periods over one single day. The way we manage that these days is intensely organised with pre-booked arrival times, so that that's spread over a much longer period of time. And the way that academic semesters are evolving is that there will no longer be one single day or weekend in the year that form arrivals weekend, as it was known. And the mix of students, postgraduate students, overseas students, the different start times, the different modes of learning mean that is by default naturally spread out over a longer period.
Can I just add to that? Obviously, it's in the university's interest to monitor that and operate that with as little disruption as possible. But if you were planning to add that, you could add that to the management strategy, which I think is condition 17. We'd be fine with that.
Thank you. Councillor Daubney.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Fisher asked my question for me. So Thank you all.
So then I've got councillor Fenton, councillor Lomas, and then councillor Craghill.
It's just a question around parking. So I asked councillor Melly about the 6 or 7 spaces that currently exist in the unadopted section of Ramsay Close, which would be immediately to the east of the proposed new block. And the suggestion was that that land was under the management of the university, and the people who were parking there did so with the university permit. So my question is, A, is that true? And B, when those spaces are removed, where will those people go to park?
Thank you. So all of the parking spaces on that entire site are controlled and managed by the university on a permit system with a points-based allocation that takes into account a range of metrics, starting with physical disabilities and then ending up with points based on distance of that person lives from the university. I think it's important to say that the vast majority of vehicles parked on that site are university staff, and the only students on the site that would get a permit are typically students with a disability or students who require a vehicle for a work placement as part of their course. For example, paramedics, nurses, occupational therapists, physiotherapists. So it's totally within our gift to reduce the overall number of permits allocated, and without having any displacement effect whatsoever, because we do have other car parking sites, but all we need to do to effect that change is to adjust the threshold slightly, which we have been doing continuously as we've reduced our parking on the Lord Mayor's Walk site, for example, to help contribute to the air quality management zone issues and to pedestrianise the main campus there. So that is quite a routine thing for us to do.
Thank you for that. So, so basically, you will look at the scoring to determine, because obviously some people who are currently able to park there won't be able to park there. So what will your mitigation be in terms of your travel plan? If you're saying there won't be displacement, how will you support those members of staff who previously scored highly enough to warrant a parking space, but now in the future won't have one? What else will you be doing to support them in terms of travel plan and other incentives?
So there could be a variety of ways. For example, the adjustment of the threshold that would mean that they would no longer get a permit for that car park could be the trigger that they need to arrange to get a car sharing permit with someone else. We find that has often happened in the past where people have just been under the threshold previously. There are still people who choose to drive, in my view, unnecessarily, and I think this will trigger the last few on that site who could actually just use the park and ride or car share with other people. So I think there is ample opportunity and scope within the staff body particularly, and I would always prioritise that over that reduction over preserving the ability for students on work placements who need a vehicle to be able to prioritise what limited parking there is for those people.
Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. I've got two very different questions to ask. The first one is about the concerns that we've heard about from residents about block numbers 1 and 2 and their proximity to the properties in Maplehurst Avenue and the concerns about overlooking. Did you consider any other sort of arrangements, moving those blocks further away from that boundary? I think it was Councillor Fitzpatrick that mentioned a different arrangement of the blocks so that you didn't have a 3-storey building looking into your living room, bearing in mind the living spaces are on the 1st floor. So it'd be helpful to understand if that has been taken into consideration.
Yeah, first of all, I mean, I would say that the constraints in terms of the neighbouring residents and housing, particularly to the north, to the west also, has been a key consideration from day one in terms of the design development. So we started off with looking at a minimum separation of the 21 metres, which the officer mentions in his committee report as being suitable for lower density suburban areas. In developing the design, we've gone beyond that to try and increase that separation, and we've got just under 24 metres now. In terms of the layout, what we're trying to respond to various things, obviously a very important aspect being the residents to the north, to the west, but also to the student blocks to the south. We've got the grade 2 listed building to the east, which we're trying to respect and also bring and set back. So, you know, there is a balance to be struck there in terms of what we need to do in terms of respect those distances. And I think the officer's report from paragraph 5.37 addresses that and says we're comfortably within the distances that where there would be no detrimental harm to residents in terms of amenity. But also, you know, we do need to meet the university's requirements as well as local plan requirements to maximise what is a brownfield site and meet the university's obligations to provide student accommodation. So there is a balance to be struck there. I think the officer's report is clear that we've done that successfully. Sorry, I don't know if you want to just add anything in terms of other design aspects as well, but in terms of the roof form and design.
Yeah, I think it's you've covered quite a lot, I think, of the design process in there really for me. But I think what we've tried to do quite specifically in this and was identified before was we've tried to reduce the form where possible in that direction. We've looked at again, trying to balance the needs of the university to meet these sort of numbers. We've stepped back and introduced the mansard roof to try and mitigate the sort of visual impact and the volume that exists on that side to the residents. And we have stepped it back as much as we can. But like was mentioned, one of the key things within this was the heritage asset that is St Mary's and how we respond to that within the site. And this was quite a key part in the setting out of the orientation and how we deal with Ramsay Close and respond to that.
Sorry, just finally to add, it's worth mentioning the context as well of the existing housing to the north in the separation distances there, including 3-storey to 3-storey, somewhere in the region of 17 to 20 metres. We're just below 24 metres on ours. So, you know, in terms of the context, we're certainly not pushing the envelope. I think members will have seen student schemes that have been overdevelopment or have pushed the envelope slightly in terms of proximity or scale. I don't think that is the case here, certainly. The blocks 1 and 2 there are 3-storey, as well as the housing to the north and are slightly lower as well.
So a number of hands go supplementaries. Sorry, Councillor Lomas. No, crack on.
No, my other question is completely different. So if there are supplementaries.
No. Go on.
Oh, okay. So my other question is completely different. Just looking at the layout, I noticed you've got 10 accessible rooms out of 210, which seems quite a small number. It's 4.7%. 22% of the population are disabled, so that seems to be quite low. I also note their positioning in relation especially to the provision that you note for blue badge parking, which is the position of the accessible rooms couldn't be further away from a direct route from the place that you want people to park if they require a blue badge, which is just odd. So I tried to trace the route that you might take if you were getting out of a car in one of those spaces and to get to the accessible rooms, and you have to go through multiple sets of doors into the building, out of the building again, round the corner, through loads of doors. It's very complicated, convoluted process, which we've seen in previous schemes where student accommodation has had accessible rooms, but you know, they're not accessible in terms of access to the actual room. They may be accessible once you get in the door of the room, but getting there as well. So I'm just questioning the number and whether, you know, you've got any reasoning for such a low percentage, and whether you did consider people who do need to use a vehicle who might be in those accessible rooms.
Thank you. Firstly, on the point regarding the overall number of rooms, it's important to just note that these are fully accessible, adaptable rooms. There are a whole host of other rooms available for students with ambulant disabilities and a range of different disabilities. So the rooms that are highlighted in particular are fully adaptable to disabled rooms, and the correct size and dimensions to allow a far more flexibility to cater for individual students' particular needs. In relation to the vehicle use, what we find consistently across all of the residences and over a long period of time is that a relatively small number of students with disabilities arrive with vehicles, but we do have the facility to cater for those needs on this and other sites in different buildings, and they're not penalised for that financially or you know, in terms of the opportunities that are available to them within those accommodation sites. The comment around the distribution of the rooms within the building is specific, it's deliberate, and it's specifically as a result of consultation with our students with disabilities and our disability forum. The rationale behind that is that in a lot of developments, particularly where we've seen in purpose-built private sector student accommodation, is that they're clustered on the ground floors only or near entrances, and that is not popular with students with disabilities, because it makes them feel like they've been ghettoized, or they're being their opportunity for you know, living the life of anybody else in that building has been artificially limited. So we've taken on board those complaints, and we've deliberately spread those rooms around a whole range of different flats.
Are you content with that? I'm sorry, I just didn't feel that was really much of an answer to be honest.
I'm not sure you actually answered my question. My question was, if somebody, for example, has a car and a blue badge and needs an accessible room because of that, their route from where they can park to where they can live is I mean, you couldn't put them much further away, frankly, from the parking. So it wasn't about whether you put them on the ground floor or the first floor, whether you put them all in one flat or throughout all the flats. It was, you've outlined that there is blue badge parking available for a limited number of students. That seems appropriate, but where you've put the rooms doesn't match where you've put the parking. So that's the question I'm asking. And I'm not sure you answered the question about the numbers, because lots of ambulant disabled people also need accessible rooms. Accessible rooms are not just for people who use a wheelchair. So if 22% of the, and this is a question I ask every single time we get student applications, if 22% of the population are disabled, not all of those 22% may need an accessible room, but you're providing 4.7% of your rooms being accessible, which seems excessively low.
So the proportion overall is far higher than the proportion of students who have a physical disability that would mean that they would want to apply for or ask for a room like that. And my apologies on the point around the accessibility of a car. The point I wanted to make was that if a student applies to come to York St John and they note that they have a relevant disability, then there's a dedicated team that will work with that student pre, during and post application and prior to taking up their offer of a place. And they will work through all of their needs, preferences, and if that includes the need for a vehicle, albeit that is a relatively low proportion of students declaring a relevant physical disability or mobility related disability, let's say, then they will be guaranteed and provided with a room that meets their needs and desires.
But I'm suggesting not in this block, because if you have to park in one of those blue badge spaces and then you have to get to one of the accessible rooms, you have to go in and out of the building, round corners, through other flats.
I
It's
suppose
really,
what
I'm saying is your accessible rooms aren't in the right place.
I suppose what I'm saying is we don't view it as a building in isolation. We view it as part of the entire residential estate, which can be where rooms and the accessibility of those rooms can be tailored.
Yeah, I mean, we can only look at the application in front of us.
I think maybe if I just come in on this one, I think some of this goes back to the original idea of not grouping them all together, because we obviously, in an ideal point, if all of them needed to get from those blue badge bases to that building, they would all be in one flat on the ground floor in that location. And what we've done as part of the work that Nick's been talking about is distributed them throughout the building so that they're not clustered, so that they have opportunities. Now, the locations of them are based around access from the ground floor where possible, and access from the lift cores, there's 3 lift cores, which limits where we can have access onto alternative floors for students with disability needs. But I think there's an important point to make about the overall design of the building, that there is points where, like you say, you do go through the building, but the point from just north of the social space on the ground floor and the 2 points that connects the blocks together in the middle are very much intended to be transitional spaces through. So they're automated doors that are about connecting those spaces together, but they're lobbies then additionally for the other spaces. So they obviously, I can appreciate that from the plan that you have to go through the building, but it's part of the journey that is expected for a lot of people who are visiting these, that they go through those as a transition through the spaces and through the courtyards in the building.
Okay.
Helps a little.
I've got Councillor Craggill and then Councillor Kilbane and then Councillor Looker.
Thank you. Yes, the reason I put my hand up was connecting more to Councillor Lomas's first question. Was about the concerns of residents on Maplehurst Avenue, and we've heard, you know, a number of things about what you've said about that in response. I just wanted to follow up by asking, clearly there still are some concerns. Are you able to give some further reassurance about how you might engage directly with those residents and see if there's anything else that can be done, by, you know, before the building's built, while it's being built, and afterwards, to make sure there's good communication and response if there are any issues?
Yes, certainly. I wanted to also make the point that there have been a number of residents who've either met with me face to face in person or spoken to me over the phone, who through the course of the engagement and consultation have said that they did have concerns, but those concerns have been allayed by the changes and the increase in the buffer distances. I thought that was an important point to make. I'm not trying to say that concerns still don't exist. They clearly do, but you know, I think when it comes to issues around assumptions around privacy, we think we've gone as far as we can go, and beyond the buffer distances that were discussed with the council's planning team in that regard. And I've said a few times to different groups of residents now that I would be more than willing and delighted to carry on engaging and meeting with local residences, and as part of the process and discussions that we had with people following the initial mail drop and just walking around and talking to people in the local area, that, for example, prompted our decision to put the security lodge on at the northern corner of the site there, where we thought there would be most concern expressed, and that is as it has been. So that would be quite a change of the level of engagement with students directly from our security team and the student wardens that are based on the site and in the building and living in the building as well, particularly around noise, and in coordination with all of the new noise metering that allows us to track to quite a fine level of detail who's responsible for that. We can basically say with 100% certainty who was responsible for a particular noise event, if indeed it was students at all, and back that up with CCTV evidence, high definition night vision CCTV that's contained within our site there.
I think if I could just add to that as well, just as part of the process, what we've gone through in addressing some of the concerns around the landscaping is in the small section to the northwest corner there, we replaced in the landscape strategy what was originally an orchard with larger trees as part of the responses from the local residents in order to improve the screening within that section that we have control over, just to the sort of left of the area that's outside of the site boundary. So that's been sort of adjusted based on the comments we had back and based on the comments from the landscape officer as well.
We've also written the owner of that the little remnant tract of land at the north there that Councillor Melly referred to. The remnant tract of land at the north there that Councillor Melly referred to. We've also written to the owner of that land, offering to come to an agreement with them, acquire that tract of land in order to enhance that, plant some additional trees and shrubs, and just make it generally a nicer environment there, because it's been basically a bit abandoned.
Yeah, I mean the intention there is for the university to take on the management of that area to the north. Probably also worth noting that to the southeast on the ground floor is the main social area. So one of the residents mentioned the social area in blocks 1 and 2. There was one room that was mislabeled on a plan as social space. It was never intended as such. It won't operate as such. It is a study room. It will close at 10 p.m. It will be pre-booked. It is not intended nor desired as a social space close to student bedrooms.
Right, if I remember correctly, it's councillors Kilbane, then Looker, then Fenton.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks from the St John's team. I've got just a few questions, Chair. First question is quite a quick one. I can't find it in the papers. It's probably my fault. How big are the standard rooms?
12.6 square meters for the standard single room.
Okay, thanks. And a few questions about managing conflict with residents, because as we've heard, there is conflict. We've heard that firsthand from somebody whose job it is to manage that up at the university who lives nearby. So the first point of conflict is the overlooking that's been complained about from Maplehurst Avenue. I see what you're saying in terms of distances and buffer zones and all the rest of it, but why didn't you, as one of the residents suggested, why did you not just spin the whole thing around so that you had the gable ends of it, largely the gable ends of it out towards Maplehurst Avenue, and then that would have removed an awful lot of that conflict?
Well, we were agnostic about where the blocks were and what the positioning of those blocks were in relation to each other, or indeed whether the accommodation took that form at all. Our final design has been arrived at after some quite extensive and lengthy pre-application discussions, and the final form has been informed by the variety of expected buffer distances, one of which is in relation to the street at the northern end of the site, and which, as I've said, we've exceeded by 3 meters in excess of what we were advised would have to be achieved. So it's not that we specifically wanted that shape and arrangement, but it's been arrived at as a result of buffer distances, massing limitations, and the need to pull back from the private road that runs through the middle of the site to the east of the plan, in order to respect the transition between the new site and the Grade 2 listed St Mary's House.
So it's one of the reasons the way it is to respect the architecture of the building next door. But you're saying you could have built it so that the gable ends of your building were actually overlooking Maplehurst Avenue.
Yeah, I think if we just jump in here, I think the thing to know, we've spoken a lot about the separation distance from the north, but the separation distance that are from all sides, that's what we agreed on. And so I think what Nick's trying to say is that what we've come to is the best way we can meet the university's needs for providing the accommodation within the constraints that we have. The orientation the other way doesn't quite, it's not a square. So we're losing various sort of aspects in terms of spaces. We had a lengthy process where we reviewed design with fire engineers to ensure that we had the correct distances, which informed the locations of the staircases within and how things are related to each other. And that all happened sort of, generally speaking, I think we've reached at the best place we can be within the constraints. We did move the building down and further towards Baldwin House at the bottom to try and alleviate some of the concerns of the neighbours on the northern side. But we have a limit as to how far we can go down because there's a requirement for there to be fire engine access. So we've had to introduce a reinforced fire route through what is predominantly supposed to be an area of sort of natural habitat and landscaping down that area. And so we've been very much limited on all sides, and this is the result of that extensive process from pre-app and into 18 months of design.
Okay. Fire safety keep going on. To do with fire safety and natural habitats, not to do with the number of units that you could get onto the site.
I would say that there's oh sorry, do you want to jump in?
Carry on.
Well, I was going to say that there's always a concern about the number of units that can get on site, but we are essentially constrained within this for height as well as width. And so whilst we have to balance the need for the university's growth within the space, but the constraints and the form of the building have been very much dictated by the limitations that we have on the site to achieve things within.
Just to add to that, obviously we do want to maximise the potential of the site. That's natural, but the overriding aim that's led us to that design form is not in relation to a specific number of bedrooms that we're chasing at all.
Okay, thanks. Just in one of the other places where we're going to have some conflict is obviously people coming back to the site late at night, maybe making a lot of noise on their way. I'm not one to judge. I've been there myself many years ago, and that is currently controlled by limiting access. And pleased to hear what you're saying about the on-site security and how you can trace where noises are coming from, etc. But how are you actually? I mean, how are you going to police? Are you going to kick people out of the uni? Are you going to kick people out of the digs? So, I mean, how is that actually going to be in practice? How is that going to be enforced?
Well, I wouldn't start with enforcement. We'd start with education, encouragement, and trying to work together right from day one of accepting the application. So within the students' residency packs, residency agreements, they sign up to a charter of standards of behaviour that encompasses noise, respect for neighbours. We work very closely with the Students' Union in particular on campaigns targeted specifically from the first day of arrivals weekend, based around showing respect for local neighbours, showing consideration for what's going on around you, specifically at the perimeters of residential sites. And the student wardens that are based on site, who live, they are students themselves, they're living in these buildings. They also have a remit to assist with that, to promote it, and to engage in dialogue. And then the last line of defence really is the presence of security officers on site there, which there aren't at the moment, and there aren't on any of our other residential sites. So we thought this would be quite a nice opportunity to show that we were responding positively to those concerns, specifically around noise, by placing a security lodge on site there, which is obviously beneficial for safety, but also for everything from noise and littering and all of the things that you've been talking about.
Councillor Kilburn, you said you had a number of questions. Is this a supplementary, or can I go to somebody else and then come back? Right, that's fine.
They are all about managing conflict, so they're all kind of in the same sort of area, really. So if you've got a persistent offender, if you like, who's constantly singing songs on Walpole Street at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you've tried all the softly stuff, what happens then? What happens to that person?
There is a disciplinary process that is formalised as part of the residency agreement, and that's something that doesn't take place very often, but the avenue is there and it does happen. That's dealt with by our accommodation team. There's an investigation, and there's also a system of fines in place for some types of infringement of that residency agreement as well.
Okay, thanks. And last one, Chair. When on the site visit the other day, we did see Maplehurst Avenue, Huntington Mews, down towards Ramsay Close, and there's cars literally littered all over the site. So there will be some displacement parking, and of course that little enclave, as Councillor Melly quite rightly pointed out, doesn't have residents parking at the moment, and it's quite a small area surrounded by areas that have residents parking. In order to resolve these conflicts elsewhere in the city, the University of York has paid for a residents parking scheme for the area immediately affected by increased student accommodation. Is that something you'd be prepared to consider for this small part of the neighbourhood surrounding your new development?
I'd certainly consider anything, and more than willing to have those conversations. I think alongside that, we just have to balance the distinct possibility, in my experience of speaking to people who are parking on that site, that prior to the introduction of real enforcement measures in the past few years, it was quite clear that the majority of problem parking on that site, it was not students and not staff. In fact, it was nothing, and nobody that had anything to do with the university at all. In my view, having lived locally there in my time living in York, residents parking bays are the obvious answer to those kind of things, which is why it doesn't happen to the south of the site.
Councillor Looker.
It must seem we're getting terribly boring. I've been councillor for Guildhall Ward for longer than I care to think, and consequently I am very conscious that this is a very, very heavily, densely populated area, and B, that one of the fundamentals for maintaining good relationships with your neighbours is maintaining a good communication access. Now, I think I'm going back before councillor Craghill came on the scene. We used to, partly the area around St John Street, which of course is the heart of St John's, we used to have a very active liaison committee that used to meet once a term, but gave a contact point for residents who, as councillor Kilbane has mentioned, want to complain about the 2 AM arrival or such like. And I wondered, it fell into disuse, but it was a very, very useful vehicle for just sharing concerns and issues that affected residents and students. And the student union was actively involved in this as well. I do sometimes wonder whether we ought to be resurrecting it. This is going to be an added student pressure in what is actually quite a heavily student residential area. And whether we ought to look at something like that. Perhaps, I'm sure the councillors would be very happy. We were very actively concerned in this. Do you think this would, and I am getting to a question.
I knew you would eventually.
I knew I was getting there eventually. I mean, do you think the university might like to consider something like this to just ease tensions and give residents a place where they can voice their concerns?
I think that's a wonderful idea, and you can consider it considered, and I would personally guarantee that we will start that up again in whatever format that you would deem to be most effective. And I just thought I should probably follow up with a comment in relation to the idea of that being a more densely populated student area. One of the most important things that these type of developments do, where they're owned and operated by the university, is prevent us from having to put students in HMOs. So for the first time this year, we've had to put an awful lot of first year undergraduate students in private rented houses, which we don't like to do because it's not the ideal start for them. It's very bureaucratically heavy, and the standards of everything from fire safety to cleanliness are not as good as they are in our own accommodation. So although it might appear that there's a big jump in the number of students there, a lot of our students were already living in neighbouring houses that would be much better returned to being private rented family homes or young professional homes, and that's part of the aim of this project.
Just to reinforce Councillor Looker's point about liaison groups, for those of us that have wards bordering the university, the Good Neighbours group is actually something that residents and councillors and staff find incredibly beneficial. So yeah, it's good.
Can I just add, the university have sought to continue a dialogue with residents since the public exhibition in terms of the liaison and continued discussion on that. It might be worth adding that to condition 17, where we do have the management plan, I'm sure. It already includes the council, the university's policies and procedures for noise issues, which have been discussed already. So it might be worth adding that to that.
Councillor Fenton, I think, and I don't think there was anybody else after that.
Thank you. Just a quick question about the the sort of buffer strip to the north, which we heard on the site visit was in. At the time, we sort of thought the ownership was uncertain, but it was you mentioned that you're in touch with the owner of the land. Obviously, the vegetation along that strip plays some part. Obviously, it doesn't provide complete screening. How confident are you that you'll be in a position to be able to maintain and hopefully enhance that strip of land, given the importance it has in providing a degree of screening for the residents to the north?
Thank you. Well, I think it's clear that the land has no value. It has no development potential. Although the ownership of the land has been obscured through a whole series of property transactions. It was actually Councillor Melly who helped us find out who was the registered owner. So we have written to them. All we need is the go ahead, whether that's somebody to say, you can have it, or you can just look after it, and then we will immediately take it into management in perpetuity and enhance it. And what we discussed with the local residents there was what would be the benefit of some additional more evergreen trees, a different tree mix that would act as a visual screen there. So obviously it's difficult for us to do anything or commit to anything without the go ahead, but we're ready to go. We'll do it straight away. There's no benefit to the owner of keeping it, as far as I can see. It's one of these many tens of thousands of little strips left over. I presume it's the developer who originally built the Maplecroft development that for some reason didn't incorporate it into the back gardens. If that's something the council could help us with, then that would be absolutely wonderful.
Cool. Councillor Warby.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's been covered with quite a few questions from Councillor Lomas, but I really want to understand, and I've just tried to get up on my phone and I can't get it open. So I want to know where the accessible bedrooms are, please, because I can't see on this scale at all. I have really tried on my phone, and I really apologise for asking again.
Can you use your bipper?
Because it says accessible room, but then on your key thing it says bedroom accessible room. So I don't know what, I presume the accessible bedroom room is a bedroom and the accessible room is something different, no? So how come? Okay, you've got two different. You've got accessible room on your key. Oh, I didn't realise that gone off. The on the key thing on the side it says accessible room on the second one down, and then the third one down says bedroom accessible room. So I don't think, my point is, I don't think the bedrooms are very close to the parking spaces. And can you move them so they're closer, please? Because I can't see if that would be an issue.
Yeah, sorry. So the no, that's fine. That's fine. Absolutely. So the accessible rooms are located. You can sort of see on this plan around the lift calls is the key aspect to it.
Councillor Melly is going to give you her
thank you very much.
her laser pointer.
So these are the accessible rooms, which surround the lift core here, but also access off from these ones here and from these ones into this courtyard. And then it's a similar situation from these here. Now, we're limited in some of these, again, by issues around fire in terms of the locations of rooms within the spaces, because we end up with a lot of dead space, which is what we ended up compromising with on the second floor here. So where on the floor above, where there's not an office and the kitchen comes around, we couldn't add additional rooms in there for the same constraints around fire in terms of making sure that every door has the correct escape distances. So some of the orientations within the flat have been sort of negotiated around the constraints which we developed with the fire engineer. But the locations of the flats, I think I return to the same point that they could be located closer to these parking, but in order to achieve that, we'd end up with them clustered in singular flats. And part of the intention, as Nick mentioned, with the development with the students themselves, is to ensure that they're distributed within the flats, not clustered in their own. And so accessible students would have access to the flats alongside other people. So, yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
Right, so I don't even know if this is a possibility, but when you're allowing people to obviously go into their rooms, can you not have in mind that people that have to actually wheel themselves can get them nearer to the disabled bays, the rooms there, and the ones that have the electric wheelchairs be further away, because it's obviously not as, I don't even know if it's a thing, but I'm asking. Sorry.
I think I probably haven't made this point very clearly, or definitely as clearly as I should have done. Although we have an awful lot of students who declare a disability, the number of students who declare a disability and also are blue badge holders, for example, and have a vehicle at university is a very, very small number. And we have absolutely no problem accommodating those students in rooms where there are parking bays very close to those bedrooms. So we don't, we think that the benefits of being able to provide a mix of bedrooms so that students with disabilities can be spread around more evenly and treated like anybody else outweighs the need to make sure that every single accessible bedroom is right next to an accessible parking bay, which will not be necessary based on our experience.
So Councillor Lomas
Yeah,
has a
just
supplementary.
to that, because you are missing the point. And the point is that all of the accessible rooms are either in that top or in the bottom. No accessible rooms at all in block 6 or block 3. So you aren't distributing them throughout the development. And what we are saying is, we're not saying that you should have all of them in block 6. We're saying you could have one, because if you're saying it's a small number of people that might have a blue badge and need to park and need an accessible room, so just put one in there. But what you've done is you've deliberately chosen to put none in there. And I think that we can only look at the application that is in front of us. So we are looking at this application and we are questioning how accessible it genuinely is. And I would like you to just answer why did you not put any accessible rooms, maybe even just one, in block 6, the closest access to the parking for your, low, acceptedly low number of students who might require an accessible room and a blue badge parking space?
So the answer is simply that we're looking at it in a broader context on the site itself and more widely, but I'm more than happy to amend the room layouts to do exactly as you suggest. I don't think it makes any real difference to anything that's been mentioned.
We
So
just
we
clarify
can
that with the
certainly do
architect,
that.
there is no problem with that.
No, we can certainly look to rearrange some of the rooms in block 6 to introduce one in there. I think it's worth mentioning that the distance to block 2, for example, at the top through the entrance of block 6 is an equal distance almost to block 6, because you have to go around either way. But I do take your point that there's nothing within block 6, and we can certainly look to rearrange some rooms within there. There's no constraint against that. I don't think it was an active choice to avoid putting things in block 6. I think it was part of the distribution that we looked at around the site. It was quite possibly something that was overlooked, and we can certainly look to introduce them.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's appreciated. We got there in the end. I completely understand it might not have been an active choice, but it was perhaps a thoughtless choice. And in your answer to one of my earlier questions, you talked about transitional spaces and how important they are. But to somebody who is disabled, a transitional space is just another barrier to access. So the fewer barriers to access you put in between things that people need to move to and from, the better.
I think the officers are talking about just how they might be able to change some of the conditions in respect of that. Councillor Fisher.
Just let you know, Chair, I'm going to have to go. I'm afraid I need to eat very urgently.
I totally understand. You could do with eating myself. I have just one question. In your presentation, you talked about some of these rooms being affordable rooms, and I know that this was discussed at the local plan hearings, the importance of affordable rooms for students who can't afford to pay top dollar. I just missed what you said in respect of percentages.
So our intention is to market these rooms to prospective students what would currently be 35 to 40% below market rates, on the basis that none of our accommodation offer is a commercial enterprise. It exists solely to allow students, especially students from the kind of backgrounds that I mentioned, to come to university in York.
And when you say when you say affordable rates, are you talking market rates? Are you talking about PBSA market rates, or are you talking about PRS, private rented sector market rates?
Both, in all honesty. If the 35 to 40%, the 35 to 40% number came from the target selling rate as a reduction based on the average cost of rooms outside of our owned and managed portfolio.
Right, thank you. Before we go to officer questions, I think we need just a couple of minutes break. Right, thank you, everybody. Well, we've given the developers a good grilling. Now it's the opportunity to talk to the planning officers. Are there any questions? Wow. Councillor Lomas.
Sorry, it's getting late, isn't it?
It is.
I know that you were having a chat when we were asking questions. So can you help us with how we might be able to move forward on this but still get a more sensible arrangement of accessible rooms?
Yes, we can, in short. Is that what you wanted me to say? Yes, we can. We'll have to ask if you can delegate the final wording of, I think it's condition 1 to myself probably, because it conditions the plans for approval, and we want to be able to change the plans to show the accessible rooms. So we want to change that, but then I think we were just talking whether or not we needed a different plan as well, a different condition as well in terms of potentially retention of those rooms. But we can do something. We just need to amend a condition and potentially add one. But if you could delegate that to officers, we can achieve it. I just can't write it off the top of my head now.
Thank you, Becky.
Okay,
that is
fine.
appreciated.
So it's not an application that would need to be deferred for you to do that. You can do that with the decision tonight.
You're only changing the internal, you're only changing where a room is basically inside. It's not going to affect any of the looking. It's not a deal breaker. Let's put it that way.
Cool. Right, well, thank you. If there are no further questions. Oh, there was a question, Councillor Craggill.
It's just, and I know it's just repeating what I've said quite a lot of times. When we think about the actual construction of it, I know there's a condition 4, construction management, but can we make sure that that is going to cover contracts of parking and site deliveries, but construction deliveries might be even more important on this site.
Just give her 1 second.
Just give me a minute.
I think we can, but in terms of the construct, I think we've talked about the car parking quite a lot, that the surrounding area is all controlled by Res Park essentially. So just like parking to the north, if they were parking on the streets, it would be illegal already.
Yeah.
So I don't know what extra we can do through planning enforcement.
I think you need to know that there is a plan and it will be enforced. If contractors are going to come in cars, they're going to go somewhere, so.
Yeah, but there is a construction management plan and it will form part of it, but planning can't go over above to solve the existing parking problems. We can cover exactly what you're saying.
No, just the construction period.
Yeah, but that goes through the construction management plan.
Yeah.
Hang on 2 seconds.
There's only one way
Helen, do you want to speak?
Yes, we can add something. Helen's just recommended what we add. So yes, we can add something. That's a traffic management plan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
thank you.
Great. Okie dokie. If there are no further questions.
Sorry, it came up through earlier discussions about amending condition 17 to add a drop off and pick up arrangements as part of it, because we talked about at certain times there'd be issues there and a liaison plan. That hasn't been discussed at this point, so I need to know whether or not that's... No, I know, but it's just at this point whether or not you're all in.
Okay. Well, in that case, can I ask?
There we go. Thank you.
Would adding a condition to a drop off and pick up arrangement and also a liaison plan between the university and residents and ward councillors be an appropriate thing to add?
Good question. I'm glad you asked.
Thank you.
I think yes, it's something you can do. And if you wanted to at this next point in time, you could request that form part of it. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, colleagues, we are now at the stage of debate, and I'm just looking to see if anybody's prepared. Councillor Lomas to kick us off.
Quite happy with all of the additional things that Becky has just mentioned to propose approval. This is much needed accommodation. I think it is my only regret is that there couldn't be a little bit more given on that northern boundary. But with all of those additional conditions, I think it's adequate. I can't see any reason not to support approval.
Councillor Wardby.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Councillor Mass says. I really am happy that the conditions have been accepted and, well, you know what I mean. And I'd like to second it.
Great. Councillor Kilbane.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm not at all happy with the layout of it. I don't think due consideration has been given to the residents that live to the north. I think from the conversations that we were having with the applicant, I think we sounded relatively straightforward to take into account the overlookingness of student accommodation over residential accommodation, and I think the overlookingness of student accommodation is slightly different to overlookingness that you get elsewhere. So I'm disappointed that that didn't happen. However, I don't think in terms of the application in front of us, that is, there are no grounds for refusal on that basis under law. So I don't think that's an option that's available to us. So I think we have to welcome some of the movement that we heard from the applicants today. We look forward to seeing how the management of students returning home after a night in town works in terms of its conflict that will cause with residents, and we hope that will be robust. We look forward to the changes in order to make sure that people with disabilities access the rooms that are appropriate for them to access, and I particularly look forward to engaging in conversations with ward councillors about paying for residents permit parking in that last little enclave. Sorry, I'm looking at a map of the res park on my laptop, and it really is a last little enclave in that area that doesn't have residents parking protection. And actually, what we do find with res park, even though this current system that we have is a disaster, what it does do is it discourages illegal parking in general. So we welcome that. So with all of those comments and that one qualification, I'll happy to support the application.
Any more for any more? No. Just from my perspective, York St John's desperately need accommodation. I think that point's been made. For me, what's different is the fact that it's particularly affordable for those students that would find living and coming to university all the more difficult. So I think it's something to be applauded. So we've had a motion. Oh, Councillor Looker.
I'm sorry, I'd probably better just say.
I was summing up.
No, I'd better just say a very quick word. I do appreciate it. I do understand the residents' concerns, because quite honestly, as I said, it's been a very significant issue for residents in that part of Guildhall ward where students live, some in the provided accommodation and some in houses, private houses. I would hope that it does seek to release some private houses back into the family, into the general market. I'm not sure that we've seen any evidence of it happening yet, but one always hopes. But I do hope that some of the suggestions that have been made, particularly around maintaining good quality communication with the local communities and the local neighbourhoods, will be effective, because like my colleagues, I can't see a reason within the planning restrictions for turning it down. But I think we have made some very positive shifts and seen some very positive agreements coming forward from the applicants. So we are hopeful, ever hopeful.
So we have a proposal and a seconder. Becky, can you tell us what we're voting on with the amendments?
So you're voting on the recommendation in the agenda pack. You've also recommended that condition 1 is amended in terms of the plans. That's in order to accommodate where the accessible rooms are. We're also recommending that we put an additional condition on that secures the location of those accessible rooms. We've also that we amend condition 4 to add a traffic management plan as part of the construction management plan. And that condition 17 has 2 further elements to add a drop off and pick up arrangements and a liaison plan as part of it. I ask that if you can delegate that to myself, given that it's just technical changes to plans, please. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Everybody happy with the amended proposal to approve? All those in favour? Unanimous. Passed. There is no additional any other urgent business, so at 9:18 I'll call this meeting